And welcome everyone to our Pachimari Esports first ever in-house tournament. I'm Urazi, the caster for today, being here with Echo.
Hi guys, good to see you all again.
So we're starting off today with a match with Game of Thrones versus EasyBots plus Blues in our number 2 game on the seeding bracket. What do you think about these two teams in particular, Echo?
Well, so I know for a fact on EasyBots plus Blues, I know that they have two people called Blue on there, and there's got to be some synergy if they have the same name, right? That's always got to be a good thing.
Yeah, that
But
makes sense.
but I don't know many of the players on Game of Thrones. I don't know if you do.
No, I do not know a lot of players this time around, but last time there were a lot of players with familiar faces, but hopefully today is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it should be a good day to kind of learn who everyone is within Pachimari Sports organization, because the idea of this tournament is to learn about everyone and for everyone within the Pachimari Esports organization to meet each other, to get to know each other, and to make friends within the teams. If we can go over the bracket here, we can explain how the tournament is set up.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see here, we have, well, 6 teams here with a bit of a bracket. We have a bit of a bye here, as Don't Stop Ball Living gets a bit of a, gets to go ahead in the bracket as we have an odd number of teams. But other than that, these are for the most part the teams that we're gonna see. And today we're gonna see Game of Thrones versus EasyBot versus Blue. Or right now.
Yes. So Don't Stop Ball Leaving got the bye because each of the teams are formed from random players from each of the Pachimari Esports teams. So these players haven't been in scrims together before, or not many of them have, and the teams were formed to be randomly organized, but with a good SR range so that everyone's kind of even. And they all came up with their team names this morning, and Urazi and I had the pleasure of choosing the funniest name or the best name for the team to get the bye to go straight into the semi-finals later on.
Yeah, as it's, well, how can we explain it? If you didn't get picked for it, it's not because your team name wasn't great. We really enjoyed all of these names. They brought a big laugh to us all. But some of these teams are just like Don't Stop. How do you pronounce that? Don't Stop Believing?
Ball leaving, I guess.
Ball
I
leaving?
honestly, I'm not sure how to pronounce half of these names, so I don't
Okay,
think it
yeah,
matters too much.
maybe you're not the best person to ask them. But yeah, Don't Stop Believing is going to move ahead in the bracket because of their excellent choice of name. But that doesn't limit the rest of you guys' chances to show us how well you play. If anything, it's just gonna let you impress us even more.
Absolutely. And so going into our first match of the day in a little bit, we have the exciting opportunity to ask you guys in chat which map you want to see them play. We are going into control first, as usual in these tournaments. So everyone in chat, what map would you like Game of Thrones and EasyBots plus Blues to play? If you all let us know in the chat, that will be available in a second. And once that's all decided, we can get ahead into the game.
Yes, in a few seconds we're going to get the ability to. Oh well, we're gonna have some moderators check that, and we're going to have that map being played.
Yeah, absolutely. So that'd be quite exciting. It's something I've not seen many tournaments do is allow the players to choose, or not the players, but allow Twitch chat to choose these maps. It's normally the players will work on a specific map and will do that themselves. So I think this is quite an exciting opportunity to have a bit of variety, I guess, to this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. With the teams not really being too experienced with each other and not really getting to practice comps, knowing each other's weaknesses and strengths, this is gonna be really interesting, at least from a spectating or casting perspective.
Absolutely, and I think you were there at the last Pachimari Sports tournament alongside me, and there was one map that was played every single time, I think, other than maybe one in the semi-finals, and that was King's Row. So I'm really hoping Twitch chat allows us to have something other than King's Row going into this tournament.
Yes, definitely. Hopefully we're not gonna see too much King's Row again, but if that's really what Twitch chat wants to see, then that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, if if that is at the end of the day what people want to see, then we will go into it. And I think it's always an exciting map to see, as long as you're not seeing it too much, because
Yeah,
there can be quite a lot of similarities when everyone's playing it all the time. Because there's one map that's typically run on King's Row, right? There's one
yeah,
team comp, sorry.
yeah. King's Row is one of those maps that gets played a lot, and I think last time on Pachimari we saw it almost every time
Mhm.
over a 2-day period. So it was quite a bit of King's Row, you could say.
It was. And so, do you want to talk a bit about the team comp that we usually see on King's Row? If we go there again today, what are you expecting?
Well, King's Row is an interesting map, but for the most part, it's Brawl dominated, or most teams want to show how much better our Brawl is versus how good their Brawl is. So usually you get to see a lot of Rhine, but a lot of teams also like to innovate around the Rhine. Like, okay, we have this pillar going on, we have this Rhine, but what else are we gonna have? Are we gonna have a Diva with that? Are we gonna have a Zarya? Are we just gonna have an Orisa and have a really, really weird comp? It it we're going to see. And definitely on first point, a lot of teams really like to experiment with things like TPing Bastion onto the statue, which
Mhm.
is, well, we love to see it.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that cheese in the last tournament. I think 2 or 3 times whilst I was casting, we saw the Sim TP coming out along with the Bastion on top of that statue, because it's quite hard to deal with. There's only really Diva out of the tanks can get there to deal with it. Maybe a ball, but I've not yet seen a ball manage to pile drive on top of that statue.
No, that would require a lot of acrobatics from that ball player in
Mhm.
particular.
Well, I really hope when we get to Don't Stop Ball Leaving's match, I really hope their ball player, as I'm assuming they have a ball one trick because of that name, will be able to do that, or some nice acrobatics like that. That'd be really exciting to see.
Yeah, that would be really exciting to see. But for the most part, in a bit, as soon as the lobbies are set up and the production end of things are done, we're going to start moving into the lobby shortly.
Yeah, so we should be going ahead soon. Once all of you in Twitch chat have decided which map we're going to play on Control. We've got 44 of you in there, so everyone say what map you want. Even if you're playing in this match, if you've got Twitch chat open, just try and get the map that you're better at suggested in there.
Get your friends, get your family, get everyone to spam your map of choice, and maybe you'll get to play that.
Yeah, although we do have to say it is only the maps that are in the competitive map pool. So, for example, we won't be able to have Paris if we go to Assault later on today.
Yeah, like some maps are obviously locked off for, let's call it, obvious reasons, and other maps are enabled. So it's whatever you can play in comp for the most part. You can see here on Pachimari too.
Absolutely. So, are there any maps you're specifically hoping for Control? Do you have a preference?
Well, a lot of the control maps are really interesting, but I really like Lijiang myself, as Lijiang is just so different over the 3 different points. Like
Mhm.
Busan, for the most part, is played very similarly, and Ilios is also played very similarly, but I really like myself some Lijiang for sure.
I think Li Jiang is super exciting because you can really see that they're three very different kind of built points, right? Like you see a lot of kind of brawl if we go into control center, for example. But if we're going off onto gardens or night market, is there anything specific you expect to see from there?
Well, Lijiang Night Market in particular, you get to see a lot of Symmetra there because of that TP onto the like higher part of it, like
Yeah.
through the window. That's very common for teams. But other than that, you can see a lot of stuff. And
Hmm.
that's really what I like about that map. You get to see something new every time you watch that map.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people play kind of the brawly thing with the Symmetra there, but also a lot of kind of pick based or spam based comps with a Farah or something like that, because you can really abuse the multiple angles onto that point. Because the point is so covered up, there's a few windows and doors, so shooting in with a Farah into there can be extremely useful.
Yeah, definitely. Some poke comps that are just designed to slowly whittle down the enemy team can work really well.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that would be really exciting. So we're still waiting for a couple of people to say maps that are in the control. We've had some people saying Junkertown, Havana, but I don't think anyone's mentioned any control maps. So if you can keep on giving your ideas for control, that would be brilliant.
Yes, we can't give you guys quite creative freedom fully, right? We gotta control it somehow. But for the most part, it's control maps right now.
We've got a couple of people saying Nepal in the Twitch chat now. On Nepal, what are you expecting to see there?
Well, Nepal is a bit interesting. Like on Nepal, a lot of different things can be played in general, but like Nepal Village, for instance. Nepal Village is notorious poke versus we're just gonna stand on point and try to brawl you comps, usually. But outside of that, there's a lot of experimenting that usually happens. Is there any particular comp you want to see, Echo, on Nepal?
Well, I think there's, especially on the indoor one, I think it's called Sanctum.
Yeah,
yeah, I think so. On Sanctum, I really love seeing ball because there's quite a few little spots where you can get some really nice rollouts and some incredible boops into the pit just off the main point, which is extremely fun to see because as soon as you get the boops coming with the ball, it's really exciting and it's game changing. As soon as the ball gets 1 or 2 boops on that point, the fight can be won just from that, which is quite rare to see in a thing just to do like such quick picks and such quick fight wins.
Yeah, definitely. Ball can a really good ball player can really change the outcome really fast. It can really affect how the entire team needs to play, and sometimes you just need to counterpick that. We have seen that sometimes in contenders. We've seen that in our own tournaments even. It's a lot of counterpicking happening. But it seems like we've got the green light and we're going straight into the game.
Yeah, so we are going into Nepal first off here, and we are starting off on Shrine. So on Shrine, we see quite a few different comps on here as well, right?
Yeah, on Shrine you can see a lot of different comps. Similar to Village, you're usually gonna see one of two comps. One comp that wants to stay on point and brawl them, and one comp that wants to poke them out and then come and just close out the fight, usually.
Absolutely. So I'm quite excited to see some like some Farah comps, some spam comps coming out here, as I think that can be quite fun. But we are going into the game, and on the side of on the side of easy bots plus blues, we have the Symmetra Bastion coming out here.
Well, there was a Symmetra Bastion, now it's a Doomfist. Like, a lot of teams are gonna change what they play, but if it really is this Doomfist, it's gonna be quite interesting.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm excited to see. Oh, we have the Junkrat coming out.
The Junkrat even.
Yeah, so this Junkrat, what do you think they're going to be able to do with that?
Well, I think this Junkrat kind of just wants to spam out point, while the Bastion from Easy Bots is gonna try to, well, just spam them out from a distance.
Yeah, so we see the Bastion set up on the side of the stairs there, and they're going to get a lot of spam damage in. But the first pick comes out onto the both of the Annas go down. The Junkrat goes down from the Bastion. Unsightly Goon does a brilliant charge into the Symmetra, and that is most of the red team gone. What went wrong there?
Yeah, it's even Easy Bots here. They had their Bastion set up in such an interesting and creative spot there. The Game of Thrones with their speed brawl, quite frankly, could just not get onto them fast enough. And the Bastion was elevated, so he couldn't do anything. And since they're not defending now, it's gonna be so hard for them to try to attack into this Bastion.
Yeah, this Bastion is going to take so much attention that it's going to give Blue Cow on that Echo a lot of space to do what they want. It's going to be extremely powerful, I think. But we do have a Pharah. How does the Bastion deal with a Pharah, typically?
Well, as long as the Bastion is set up a lot of the time, it's going to be really hard for the Pharah to try to find anything, unless that Pharah is doing a really good job of poking him from different angles. Because you can see here, this is kind of what we want to do. Want to see, I mean. We have Brawl coming in from one angle, and we have the Pharah poking him from another angle.
And the Bastion is set up, and the Bastion's just absolutely destroying that shield, but the Zai out of Training Bot is way out of place, and as soon as those players go down, as soon as that Zai was out of place, there's nothing they could do to save Godspeed there. We see a Mercy get a res onto Godspeed, but is that just going to stagger them out longer? I think it is.
Yeah, just a little bit more ult charge. Maybe not the smartest or greatest play, but there was a plan behind it.
What do you think their plan was with that res?
I think they are on such a ult disadvantage right now that they needed to pull something off, and they needed to pull something off really fast. So they were hoping that maybe the res could equalize and force EasyBots plus Blue to throw a few ults into it, then come back into the fight with a little bit of a better ult economy.
But they have 5 ultimates on this side of EasyBots plus Blues. Which ultimates are you going to see first here, do you think?
I think we're definitely gonna see a grab and a shatter, but other than that, it's gonna be very interesting.
We see a duplicate coming out from Blue Cow, gets 2 shots immediately onto the to both of the tanks of Game of Thrones. Gets their barrage, an easy fight. Just that the Pharaoh switch from the Echo was just perfect to completely dominate the Game of Thrones there. They're not going to be able to touch.
Yeah, definitely. EasyBots just showing that hey, you can have a Pharah, we can have a Pharah too, and guess what? Our Pharah can get just as much value as your Pharah, if not more.
Absolutely. So that was 100 to 0 there, coming out from EasyBots and Blues. But we're going into Village. Do you think we're going to see the same kind of Bastion strat coming out? Because it seems like they've got a Bastion one trick.
The problem with Bastion on Village, I should say, is that you don't really have the same luxury of sitting on point, contesting it, and at the same time having your Bastion in a really good setup. So you're either sacrificing the point to get a really good angle on your Bastion, or you're sacrificing the high ground and not letting the enemy people get to you.
But it looks like we are actually switching it to a McCree, so this is going to allow them a lot more long-range damage. They get a nice TP up into the top left, whereas Game of Thrones are rotating all the way to point straight away, because that's where they want to hold here.
The EasyBot gets hold of this high ground here, and that's going to give them so much space, and so much space for this Echo, and damage with McCree to get so much value onto them.
And it looks like the Reinhardt and the Zaya of Blue Dog and Unsightly Goon are looking to come behind them. Yet they drop and they go straight up to point, destroy the Ana immediately. Unsightly Goon goes for the charge, but gets counter-charged by Godspeed. Unsightly Goon is now trapped right in front of the Junkrat, and they can't do anything about that.
Yeah, Unsightly Goon really tried to get a lot of value in there, but as any Rhine player this meta would tell you, you can't really make those kind of plays against a Junkrat and hope to live to tell the tale.
And we see quite a late stagger come out here onto Blue Cow on that Echo, which is going to mean that they're not going to be able to come back as quick as they'd want to for the next fight.
Yeah, unfortunately no, but I'd say if you're still rooting for EasyBots here, you wouldn't be too worried. You're still getting the control of this high ground as long as they take their time, they wait for the damage boosted McCree and the damage boosted Echo to find the damage in, and then send your Rhine in. For the most part, the Mei wall from the enemy team is not going to find too much value.
Absolutely, I think it's because they've all got that movement ability. But we see Unsightly Goon and Godspeed rolling out on the point, and there's a big anti onto Godspeed there, but there's no one to go up onto it. We see a brilliant pick here from Blue Cow, and Blue Cow gets a copy onto the Reinhardt. Brilliant shadow there just to win out that fight. But we see shadows come out from Godspeed, finds nothing, and we see the tree of EasyBots there just cleaning up with their ultimate. I think Blue Cow got 3 shatters out of that Echo duplicate there.
Yeah, he got 3 shatters and he also got, I think, 3 or 4 kills.
And Blue Cow seems to win every single fight they use this duplicate in. Why is that?
Well, the thing about... Oh, it seems like we're not gonna get to talk about that, as it's just a re-engage here.
Yeah, we see a really quick re-engage and a brilliant mail here just to keep Unsightly Goon out of position, and he gets 2 kills on that Junkrat. But they're not pushing forward. Mercy's going for a res here. They're out of position, and they manage to escape after getting that res. As I say that, the Mei picks them off. Junkrat High gets Phosphor, and Godspeed gets a brilliant fast strike onto the McCree. Blue Cow goes down quite late in the fight again, and it's just Blue Dog left on point to stall out.
It seems like EasyBots are getting a little bit overconfident with each other. They have this Mei who can just win the close-up fight, and when you do get this Mei wall up, Junkrat can just spam you out so fast, and they were getting so overconfident, so overly cocky, and just went to brawl them exactly where they want to brawl them.
But now we see the McCree players switch over to Hanzo here, just trying to get some off-angle picks potentially, or some more spam onto the Rhine Shield.
Yeah,
we see a grab coming out from Trading Bot, Mei wall up just to stop the initial damage, but there's a big anti onto Godspeed and the rest of their team. We're currently even, and as I say that, the Hanzo gets a pick onto the Lucio. We see both Zayas running out on point as the Hanzo goes down. Zaya here looking quite low. The Unsightly Goon's getting a lot of damage onto the Mei and the Zaya here. Junkrat's split off from the rest of the team. They might go for a reset here. The Mei's going to get stalled out, and we see EasyBots take the point back at 99%.
Yeah, definitely. But as we say that, they have this really crucial ult up here, Mei ult. And if they use that well again, if they get to catch out EasyBots on this high ground again, if they stand way too close, that's just gonna be a GG.
Absolutely, it's what happened last time. Unsightly Goon was holding too close up here along with some other players, and that was it. Anti got 2 kills for that Mei ult. But as we say that, they rotate really quickly onto the back of the point just to be able to draw there immediately. Blue Cow gets a duplicate. Let's watch this here. Gets a good kill with Lucio onto Anti. That's a lot of their damage gone. The Mei ult comes out and Unsightly Goon dies. Blue Cow gets his beat off as Lucio, just to keep his team alive for a little bit longer. Nad gets the res on Unsightly Goon. Do we see a comeback here? They flip the point. Is anyone going to touch this? They do. They get Unsightly Goon goes for a shatter here, but Godspeed blocks it. We see Godspeed going for a shatter back, but again, no one falls to it. Godspeed goes for a charge, but it's just Unsightly Goon and Blue Dog on point here, getting a lot of damage into the red team. Junkrat's on point, but he might die. Going for an ultimate. Doesn't get it off. They get picked just as their ultimate comes, and they can't actually get a pick from it. That was a brilliant take back right late in the fight from EasyBots.
Yeah, definitely. But as we say that, they EasyBots still have, no, not EasyBots, what am I saying? Game of Thrones still has another fight, and they have a lot of crucial ults coming up. They have, most importantly, grab, and if you nano your Rhine into it or something and throw an anti-nade, that's gonna be a wipe.
Yeah, with AO already hitting anti-nades in this match. We see the grab coming out, as you said, and we see Blue Dog trapped in here, potentially going down. Godspeed is anti, Unsightly Goon's behind them. But is the Mei going to be able to freeze Unsightly Goon up here on point? Yeah, Unsightly Goon goes down, and we just see the Echo walled off, just to try and get the point flipped over onto the side of Game of Thrones. Blue Cow gets another duplicate onto Reinhardt, but gets charged immediately out of it after a brilliant sleep come out from Io. There's a ball touching the point, but this is now just desperation time for EasyBots, as there's not much here they can do, especially with that Mei ult come out from Thyrus. They can't even touch. Unsightly Goon's trapped off the point by that Mei wall, and now we are 1-1 in our first map of the series.
Yeah, definitely. Not quite as one-sided anymore. It was 100-0 last map, but now it's a 99-99. So this is looking like it's gonna turn into a really interesting series.
Yeah, it seemed like when they didn't have that kind of clutch Bastion pick to fall back on, there was a little bit of uncertainty of how they were going to win those fights. Although I've got to say, Blue Cow on this Echo is getting a lot of crucial picks when they use that duplicate.
Yeah, definitely. They're really helping Blue Cow get so much value, and Blue Dog and Blue Cow just comboing and trying to help each other get a lot of value. You could say the two blues finding a lot of value on these maps.
Like we said before, if they've got a similar name, they're going to be able to synergize well. It's just how it works. But we come out here, we have a Bastion coming out from EasyBots, which is quite interesting. We have a Torb, we have 2 turrets. We have a Torb coming out from Anti on this side of Game of Thrones. We see quite spam-based comps here, so both of races are just going to attempt to spam down the resources of the other team.
Yeah, but as EasyBots has a lot more barriers, they can just hold this Bastion off for much longer, as the Bastion only has one barrier in contrary.
But is only Blue Dog on point here? Are they going to get a nice early cap for EasyBots and Blue here? I think they will.
Yeah, more than likely. It's gonna be very hard for them to try to stay on point for any time whatsoever, since they have this Bastion.
We did see Anti going through an attempted flank there on the side, got pushed out by Blue Cow on this Echo, as we've seen them do so well on before. The Orisa and the Bastion of EasyBots and Blues are just covering the entirety of point. There's almost nothing they can do, but as I say, that training bot gets a pick onto Blue Cow, but they get rezzed whilst behind the enemy shield. That was a brilliant res. The Hanzo ult comes out here, and the Bastion, even when they're healing, cannot survive a Dragon Strike, and there's no res for them now. This is the time that Game of Thrones needs to push, and they do with the Anti's ultimate. They get 2 nice picks. They get 2 nice picks onto Blue Dog and Nad. That's a lot of the heals and a lot of the sustain gone. With the other tank of EasyBots gone, you've got to imagine Blue Cow and Phosphorus here are just going to try and stall out as long as they can.
Yeah, we might want later on today a replay of what happened this fight, but for the most part, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication of what they wanted to do. Half the team was staying back and just trying to cover point with the Bastion, while the other team just wanted to go and brawl them.
And the person I will concentrate on right now is Blue Dog on this Roadhog. They're sneaking back along with the rest of the team. They're trying to go behind. Are they expecting it?
I mean,
don't
there
know if
are
they
really
are.
large windows, and they get sonicked out right now, so it's definitely gonna see the Godspeed flanking them, trying to get a huge shatter behind them. They gets a charge on the Bastion instead.
Yeah, that's a brilliant charge coming out, but Blue Cow gets a copy onto the Bastion and destroys Anti from behind. They were not expecting that. Blue Cow yet again showing their prowess on this Echo with the duplicate. But Godspeed gets a pick onto Nad, and Blue Cow goes down, Phosphor goes down as well. Is this actually a hold from Game of Thrones here?
It sure does look like it, unless these two tanks on point can find some gobs to work right now.
It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're trying to get out, but the pull from training bot there pulls them back, and Unsightly Goon resets. Blue Dog dies to Anti, which is giving Anti a lot more ult charge there.
Yeah, definitely. And if Anti can just get set up here, if he can just keep holding this, it's gonna be very hard for them to attack onto that. So almost pulling off the same strat again. Watch the enemy team.
Absolutely. We see Blue Cow here get caught out a little bit by Godspeed on that Reinhardt. It looks like they were looking for a little bit of a flank to get close to that Bastion to try and take them out. What can they even do here to win this fight?
I mean, for the most part, they need to do what they're doing right now. They were trying to get this flank off onto the Bastion, but as this is happening, the point is just ticking and ticking and ticking. So they're gonna have to get this flank off fast. And as you can see, Game of Thrones knows this is happening. They're rotating out, they're putting their Bastion into a better position. And now they're just on the wrong side of point. They have to make a flank back, but it's 96%.
It's 96%, but Blue Cow gets a pick. Blue Dog gets a pick. Blue Dog gets yet another pick. And it looks like somehow they managed to take that fight back. Phosphorus going through an aggressive res here, right in the face of Lucio and the Godspeed. But Godspeed falls, Lucio falls, and that was a nice fight there to take it back at 99%.
Yeah, definitely. Blue Cow finding so much value here. Even though he just now, this fight swapped to Genji, he's already on 90%.
So how do you think they're going to be able to hold this on point here with their ultimates they've got?
I feel like they're gonna want to wait a little bit for their DPS ult to come up, especially this Genji ult. If that gets damage boosted, that's just as good as a Nano Blade. And if a pull gets thrown into that, he can just hack and slash through the entirety of the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see Blue Cow on this Genji. I hope we can get a nice spectate on the Blade that surely is coming up here. But we see the side of Game of Thrones rotating underneath the point. But Blue Dog is there with their Roadhog ultimate to push everyone out. Blue Cow goes in with their Blade, gets 2 picks already, and they're just slicing away at that Zarya and at the Lucio. Gets a 4k. You see the hands on the side of EasyBots and Blues get a pick, and can the Reinhardt here even touch point? They trigger overtime, but there's no one on the side of Game of Thrones to touch.
Yeah, and that's gonna be 2-1 to EasyBots plus Blues, and they're gonna take the first map.
Yeah, that was honestly just a really unfortunate fight there. The Blue Cow had the Blade, and that was just how they were going to win that. That was a really fun match to watch, though. I think, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, if the viewers had at least half as fun as we had, it was a really fun experience.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I've got to say Blue Cow there absolutely did so amazing with his duplicates onto the enemy team on the Reinhardt, on the Bastion. Even the Lucio helped. Like having that beat in that last fight on Village was so useful just to try and sustain the team as long as they could in that fight, which you don't usually see in echo copying support. But in that situation, it worked quite well. Although I don't think it was on purpose.
It may not have been on purpose, but even though he makes these mistakes, he really finds these ways of still making it work. Like I copied Lucio, fine. I'm still gonna find the value for my team. I'm still gonna make sure we win. And a lot of the time, that clutch factor was just enough for them to win a lot of maps.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is 1-up to EasyBots and Blues after the first match, and we are going into the second map in a little bit. And it looks like we might be going to Route 66, as that was mentioned a lot earlier. This is our first payload map of the of the series. On Route 66, what do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of the time?
Well, Route 66 is a really interesting map. The
Mm.
attacking team usually are the defending team, you could say, for the most part. Like the attacking team wants to defend this payload from the defending team who wants to attack this payload. So depending on how you play it, if you're really good at attacking, sometimes you can almost always force yourself to be the attacking team, even though you're on attack or on defense. But if you're really good at defending, you can also make that work, both on attack and defense. So we're really gonna see how these teams are gonna play this out.
So, is there any specific team comps you want to see from the attackers? I'm not sure who's attacking first, but so let's say on Easy Bots and Blues attacks. You say they're going to be defending whilst on the attack quite a lot. So, could we see Bastion coming out, that kind of thing?
Yeah, like defending on attack is usually quite a good idea on payload maps because this objective is always moving, which forces the defending team or quote unquote defending team, which always needs to attack, to always be moving and always need to contest this objective. And when the objective is constantly moving, it becomes harder and harder to contest it. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, we staged, we're ready to pounce, but oh no, the payload is already like 30 meters away now. And it becomes really hard all of a sudden. So it's really gonna take a lot of communication, a lot of coordination to make that work.
Mhm. So you're saying they need to make sure they're coordinating, communicating enough um, to be able to win these out because of this difference on the attacking defending to what we might see on Control, for example.
Yeah, on control for the most part, it's well, both teams are attacking first fight, then one team is defending, others attacking. That's why you need a comp that can both attack well enough that you can get control of
Mhm.
the point, but also a comp that can defend well enough to keep this point going. And for the most part, that's why both teams run Bastion, because when you get hold of the point as Bastion, it's going to be really, really hard for the enemy team to attack into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've already seen Easy Bots and Blues pull out that Bastion along with Game of Thrones. So who knows? They might come out and use that to try and clutch this map win. If Easy Bots and Blues do win this, we are in a best of three. So this will be them advancing through to the semi-finals later today. And first off, we have Game of Thrones on the attack, and it looks like they're coming out with quite a typical draw comp.
Yeah, for the moment it doesn't look like it. It's like the attacking comp that wants to attack for the most part. It's not a bad idea. But you can see this, well, more defensive comp from Easy Bots and Blues. And we're gonna see how that's gonna work, since they're gonna get a lot of time to poke them out against Game of Thrones, well, quite frankly, Brawl comp.
Yeah, but so there's one thing missing from almost a relatively brawly comp from Easy Bots and Blues, and that's a Lucio. What are they going to be able to do to go around that, to work around it?
Well, it's hard to say, but why try to predict it when we can see it happen right in front of us?
Yeah, and so we've actually switched over to quite a spam comp coming out from Game of Thrones here. We have a Hanzo, Baptiste, all of that kind of thing. We have the Echo going for an off angle here, just looking to get a lot of poke damage in onto the enemy team of Easy Bots and Blues.
Yeah, definitely.
We see Blue Cow going out for more spam, and Anti's going quite aggressive here, quite off into the face, and manages to get a pick onto the enemy McCree. Are they going to look for a res? They do. Nad gets managed to get a res there because they got supported by both the Reinhardt and the Zaya, but Blue Cow now gets taken out, and there's nothing you can do with that because the res has already been burnt. And we have both tanks here cut off from the rest of the team.
Yeah, they're potentially just gonna get cut off here and just spammed out because the Urus are just running into them here.
But there's a big anti coming out from Phosphor there onto most of the Game of Thrones. And other than the hands are getting some picks, it looks like they might have actually held this defense.
Yeah, for the most part it looks like it. McCree with that name that I cannot pronounce, that looks like 3 plus signs. Like, found 3 picks there, while the tanks were just getting split off trying to live for as long as possible. McCree just found 3 picks there.
Yeah, that was just really nice to be able to survive that out of position mistake, I guess. But we come back into the fight and we have the McCree going for an ultimate here. Blue Cow gets a pick onto the Baptiste, and with the McCree ult getting virus there on the Hanzo, that's probably going to be a lost fight. Unsightly Goon does go down, but you would imagine a res will come out here from Nad, and there it is. We see Training got an anti here remaining, and Blue Cow managed to get them as well. That was, I think, 3 or 4 picks coming to Blue Cow on that Echo again.
Yeah, definitely. The problem with Game of Thrones comp is they are really defensive, and when they like set up somewhere, they have a really hard time of moving out of there. So if they set up in a bad position, they get punished for it very, very fast.
And we see Blue Cow there getting picked by the hands of Thyrus. That was a really nice pick to open it up, and Nad might be looking for a res here. They are, and they managed to get it off. You see the hands of one coming out and a duplicate. You see both duplicates, Signal and a grab come out here. Unsightly Goon is the first one to go down because of that Signal from Training Bot. Blue Cow goes for a big Gravitic Flux here on their duplicated Sigma and gets Io on the Baptiste. Rook gets 2 more picks, but we see a res coming out. And it actually gets cancelled. Anti gets 2 picks, and Training Bot is back with another. This might be the final push that they needed to get past this defense.
Perhaps, yeah.
And it was.
Yeah, for the moment it does look like it. They're not gonna get any recontests. But there were just so many ults that were put to, well, with Blue Cow. He got nanoed, he got damage boosted, they were graph thrown up.
But we see a contest come out and Anti gets antied there. That's really fun to say, and it looks like they might be trying to win this. Unsightly Goon goes for a shatter, but doesn't actually get anything. Charges in, Blue Cow manages to get a pick onto Training Bot. Fabric Gaming goes for a res, gets picked off. How did they hold this at 0.92 meters?
I don't think they were expecting a recontest, and they mostly like autopiloted it to the end and weren't expecting it. But now that they did, they're in a really, really tough spot now.
Yeah, they have 1 more fight remaining and only a Hanselwald really to show.
Yeah, they're gonna get Baptiste ult and Signal relatively fast, but I'm not sure that's gonna be enough to turn them.
No, I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on it and hope that Thyrus manages to get a pick with this Hanselwald when they use it. We see them rotating through the high ground here, with Anti just a little bit higher up. We see the window coming out and a fast strike coming. No, doesn't actually manage to get anyone. What are we going to see Red Team do here to manage to push this point all the way through?
Well, it looks like they kind of want to poke them out, but they don't have that much time to poke them out right now.
Thyrus gets a pick onto a Slightly Goon, but the McCree ult comes back to kill the Echo. Thyrus manages to get yet another pick onto Blue Cow, but we have Godspeed Antied on point. Is there anything they can do? We see Fabric going to get a res onto Anti. That's going to be big. Blue Dog is nanoed on point just to try and win this fight. Gets Io, but that's probably all they're going to get here. We see a big Anti coming out, but that is going to be it.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't quite burn ult quite fast enough. They were holding the nano for a little bit there. Maybe not too long, but if they pulled the trigger on that a little bit earlier before Fyrus got 3 picks, that may have been winnable.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we come into the second point, and this is played a little bit differently than the first point, especially with the ultimates coming up from both teams.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see this defensive grab getting thrown out, and we're probably gonna see a combo with that, with Blue Cow. Maybe copying the Sigma, try to find that Gravitic Flux straight after it.
Yeah, we saw them do that on first point, and it worked extremely well. We see a Doomfist coming out here from EasyBots, and both duplicates at the exact same time. A grab comes out onto a lot, but Blue Cow doesn't actually manage to get a good shatter out. Blue Dog falls to the shatter of Godspeed, and we see a Sigma Rock coming out, along with yet another shatter from Blue Cow. And another one from Anti onto Nad. Nad might fall here, which would be extremely bad for EasyBots and Blues, and they do. Blue Cow actually gets killed at the end of that fight, and Io gets rezzed. That was a brilliant attack from Game of Thrones.
It was brilliant, but it was also very chaotic. Ults getting thrown out one side to another. Both Echoes popping their ults almost exactly at the same time in both backlines. Well, that was interesting, you could say.
It was, and this is exactly what you said before. We see the defense coming out from the attacking side team, but we see EasyBots and Blues looking for an off angle here rather than going through main. Blue Cow gets killed extremely quickly. That's unfortunate. And we see the Doomfist up here trying to get the Baptiste, but the lamp comes out. We see Thyrus managing to get a pick onto point along with Godspeed onto Phosphor. Nad gets a crazy res on point, but I don't think there's much more they can do. The Doomfist ult does come out, doesn't manage to get the picks, and it looks like they are going to fall late in this fight here.
Yeah, Doomfist is trying to get anything that he can, but unfortunately, however good or broken Doomfist is, he cannot 1v6 right now, unfortunately.
Although that would be quite fun to see them attempt that. Although they've now switched over to Tracer and McCree on the side of EasyBots and Blues. Why do you think that is?
Well, they really need to attack onto them since they're playing a very defensive attack. So they really need to weaken them up or create some kind of diversion. And this Tracer that's exactly what the Tracer is gonna do. She's gonna come in from the backline, try to split their attention.
And it looked like that was happened there. The Sigma turned around, but they can't leave this Tracer alone. They managed to get a really, really nice fire strike onto the middle, and Fabro Gaming goes for a risky res and gets picked by Blue Dog there. You see both blues getting picked and the Tracer come in at the end. The duplicate came out from Anti but didn't manage to get anything. That's a bit of a wasted ult there. Anti's going to fall late in this fight and get staggered.
I'd say that still wasn't a bad fight with Game of Thrones. They have 5 ults coming up now. So they're gonna potentially be able to use all of these to just win one fight and then snowball that lead. But as I say that, Blue Dog, ooh.
Yeah, Thyros just getting a little bit too aggressive here, and we see the Tracer on the side of Easy Bots and Blues on the high ground, almost having this pulse bomb. I don't think they'll be expecting this.
More than likely not, but we're gonna see what triple plus sign on Tracer is gonna find with us.
And they're shooting in now. They have the pulse bomb, and it doesn't manage to get anyone because of the lamp. The Gravitic Flux comes out, and Blue Cow goes extremely low on that McCree. Manages to get picked just before they fall, but it looks like this is yet another one fight from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and they only needed to use 2 of those ults, and now they have 3. And one of which being Dragon, which is, well, historically really hard to attack into.
Yeah, absolutely. So we might see this even coming in on one of the spawn doors just to slow them down. But we have the Tracer coming into the backline yet again, just trying to distract, and gets picked by Thyros. That's a really nice pick with those Storm Arrows.
Yeah, definitely. But the Nano on unsightly good, trying to find anything he can.
Manages to get Thyros down, but that was it. And we see a return shadow from Godspeed here. We see Blue Cow looking for a High Noon, doesn't actually get anything, cancels it, and Io picks them off. This is a really chaotic fight once again. We see Thyros falling to the Tracer, we've got some nice revenge there, and Blue Dog getting a pick onto the Reinhardt. With that pick, it's going to be so difficult for them to push into this defense. Yeah, now Anti's gone, there's nothing they can do, and that was just beautiful play all around from the defense there.
Yeah, definitely. They're gonna have to keep these distractions with the Tracer up. It's really what's winning them these defenses. When the attacking team is not just all looking at the same angle and just shielding off your entire team, it can be a lot easier to try to find the value. But there was a little bit of a miscommunication. That's why they lost the second to last fight so fast. The Tracer got picked off way before they even wanted to contest the point. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication of when they wanted to go in or when they wanted to create this distraction.
It did look, I guess we'll call them plus sign from now. It did look like plus sign wanted to go a little bit too aggressive and wasn't expecting Thyros to get that headshot with those Storm Arrows.
Yeah, for sure. Plus sign potentially thinking I can find a lot more value, but in the end they stalled it off for long enough for plus sign to come back and still find that diversion in the backline and just really splitting the enemy team off, quite frankly. And when you have this defensive comp and you get split up, it's really easy for this attacking defending side to just push into them.
Oh, it gets confusing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it's any less confusing for the people watching, but
yeah. Unfortunately not. So we have Thyros back on the Hanzo on their offensive defense. Here on the side of Game of Thrones, and we have a Bastion Sim come out from EasyBots. What's coming out here, do you think?
I think they're gonna try to set up this Bastion on the high ground, just try to get a lot of space right off the bat, but just TP. But ooh,
that's a really nice early pick from Thyros. Just managed to pick off Nad so well there. Just you can see them spamming in, and as soon as Nad's gone, that's going to be extremely difficult for them to push. But they're carrying on, and there's no offense coming out from the side of Game of Thrones to make the most of that pick.
Yeah, if we can see where the Bastion's set up, they just TP'd him under the high ground, and now if they ever drop to contest, they're just gonna get absolutely pummeled, as you can see here.
Yeah, like you called that, exactly what happened to Anti. Unfortunately, that's quite an easy place to get a res from, but we see a TP coming out yet again from Blue Cow. Goes aggressive, manages to get back before the Reinhardt gets too many swings on them, and it looks like we're going to see a brawl out on the point between the two Reinhardts.
Yeah, well, I mean, their brawl might happen, but they have this Bastion who's the great equalizer. It doesn't matter how hard you swing into it, if we have a Bastion that's just pummeling you to death.
And we see that yet again here. Blue Cow goes quite aggressive with that Symmetra, but it was a welcome distraction onto the Sigma as they couldn't help on that point at all. Somehow this Bastion is working.
Yeah, it's working, and they're putting this Bastion not traditionally a lot of other teams do just on point. They're putting in really weird positions, and since Bastion has so much damage, especially with this damage boost, it's really finding picks and finding these off angles that the enemy team are just not expecting the Bastion to do.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we'll see some more of that come out, but I guess we won't because of Blue Cow going onto this Echo, getting a really nice early pick onto Anti. It gets res, so that is the res gone from Fabio Gaming. That's going to be a 30-second cooldown. But we see the Bastion here on the high ground. Are they expecting this? The Bastion coming behind?
Taking the flank, getting that ult off. And
onto the high ground.
Yeah.
This is a brilliant ult, but there's no one here to damage. No one out. And as I say that, Io gets picked because they just picked a little bit too far. You might see the Bastion set up on the flank, but they have no shield, so the charge comes in with Godspeed. But he gets shattered! That was a brilliant shatter, and an anti coming out from the side of EasyBots and Blues. Unsightly Goon playing out of his mind right now just to confirm these kills. We see Plus Sign getting a couple more picks at the end of the fight, but that was completely Unsightly Goon's win there, that shatter.
Yeah, Unsightly Goon really making the difference here, but oh boy, they're pushing it with almost 6 minutes, and they, well, don't even have to push all the way, so this is gonna be really interesting. Game of Thrones really has to start pulling their own weight here. They really have to start, well, contesting this. Have to come up with some way to contest this.
Yeah, and I don't know what they're going to do, because even if they close the distance in this Bastion, there's not much they can do with all the heals. We see a Nano coming out onto Godspeed, but we see a copy come out from Anti as well. This is a lot of damage onto that Bastion, and they do fall, but that's a big Anti coming out from Phosphor. Blue Cow manages to get a kill on the Fabio Gaming. Godspeed goes extremely low and falls to Unsightly Goon. Is this attack going to keep on pushing, all because of this absolute madman of a Reinhardt player?
I'd expect so, especially with all the people that are anti right now. They can just keep this up, and Bastion is just gonna get a free reset on point.
I thought that was Game of Thrones one fight, but they somehow managed to lose it because of the brilliant antis coming out. We see a dragon come out on the point that might kill the Bastion as he gets slept, but we see a copy come out from Blue Cow onto the Reinhardt. We've seen them on this before, and they're good at it. Yeah, we see a shadow, but it hits no one. And Blue Cow actually gets dropped out of that duplicate because of Anti on the Echo. Unsightly Goon gets nanoed and manages to pick Fabio Gaming as they were way out of line there. Io gets a brilliant Anti on the Thyrus and Godspeed. Godspeed gets shattered right at the end of this fight. They're nanoed, but can they survive much longer? I don't think so. No, Godspeed and Io fall, and Training Bot falls right at the end. That was a brilliant push and a win for EasyBots and Blues here.
Yeah, that's a 2-1 for EasyBots. Or 2-0, I should say, my bad.
Yeah, that was a really nice 2-0 and a brilliant attack coming out from EasyBots. That Bastion, it caused so many issues for the side of Game of Thrones. They didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. Bastion is just free to pummel everyone down, just quite frankly lining up for the Bastion at this point.
Yeah, honestly, it looked like Training Bot was probably to reset there. That was just really well played from EasyBots and Blues there to get that push all the way through.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like that Bastion was kryptonite to Game of Thrones, unfortunately. And they couldn't come up with something to do against it. They didn't come up with any decent way of countering it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it looks like we'll be going into an interview with one of the players from that team, from the winning one. So we will get them added into this voice chat in a little bit to give them a quick little interview. But honestly, that was a brilliant win from EasyBots with quite a dominant performance on both maps, I'd say.
Well, yeah, Bastion seems to have a lot more presence than we usually see. But again, especially like we said earlier, when there's these teams that haven't scrimmed with each other for a really long time, they don't know each other's strengths, weaknesses. Bastion can just so easily throw off a team, and Bastion only really gets countered by an entire team that's committed to one plan and are dedicated to executing it well together.
Yeah, and we have Blue Cow, the one of the DPS players from EasyBots and Blues there, coming in for a quick interview. So I will bring Blue Cow into the voice chat now, in just a second, hopefully. Hey,
Hello.
Blue Cow. How do you feel about that win?
Pretty good. It's nice.
We saw you coming out with quite strongly on that Echo, especially on the first map on Nepal. Were you aiming to copy that Lucio?
Yes, definitely. No, not really. I kind of missed the Rhine. But it worked out because I got the beat off and now Mercy could rest our own Rhine. So we ended up losing the fight, but it was fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was really powerful. It looked like to get that beat, just to sustain your team long enough to get the res onto your Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part, you guys played really clean. You're trying to find these comps that specifically disrupt comps that need to be played together well, like Bastion. When you have a Bastion on your team, you really need a committed enemy team to try to break that. Was that part of the plan, or did you guys just play what you guys felt like was the best comp, or what was the
Well,
most fun?
I think what the other DPS Seb just kind of said, I'm playing Bastion, and we just went, okay, we'll play around it, and he had a strat, and I just TP'd him, and he killed everything. I kind of just snowballed off of that, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think you really lost a fight on that push.
No, I don't think so. It was they did it clean. I didn't really do much on attack, but it was fun. I was along for the ride.
It did look extremely fun to watch. So you're saying you hadn't practiced that Bastion at all beforehand?
We haven't really practiced actually. I think all of us have been busy. A lot of the people, staff in our team, and me and Blue Dog have been playing GGU as well. So I think most people have been busy practicing for other things.
Yeah, because so which team are you on in Pachimari Esports?
I'm on Step Up, Team Step Up.
Step Up. Do you want to give a quick shout out to them with the with your SR range, what you're doing at the moment?
Yeah, shout out to Team Step Up. We won our qualifying match for GGU yesterday. So yeah, shout out to that, I guess.
Oh, congratulations for that. You guys, any more questions?
No, that's about it. And we're trying to read chat if anyone had any questions, but it seems like there wasn't a lot of questions being asked, unfortunately. But
Hey, that's fair.
Well, thank you for playing Blue, and we look forward to watching you play in your next match. Not sure who that's up against, but we will update everyone with the bracket in a minute. So thank you for coming for the interview, Blue.
Thank you for having me.
Well played. Okay, we will go to a quick little break here, and we'll be back in a quick couple of minutes with some more content for you guys. Thanks for watching.
yep, see you guys.
And we are back from a short break there. Thank you for waiting. I know everyone's anxious to get into the next thing. But we have quite a fun segment coming up for the next couple of minutes. Do you want to introduce it, Urazi?
Yes, so as many of you have probably seen other, Overwatch content creators and generally a lot of content creators do, we're going to do what we call Guess My SR, where you lovely people send in some clips of you performing or playing, and then we're going to watch them and, guess what your SR is. And we have a host today. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Tej. I am a coach for currently a diamond team, but I have coached many different teams from kind of gold to masters. I used to be a player, used to scrim about 4.2. Basically, I'm just gonna be looking to try and guess what's going on, who's playing where. But yeah, bring on the clip.
Yeah, so we'll just switch over to the clip screen first, and we will go ahead and give it a play.
Beautiful shot. Nice. Okay, so can we just play that one again? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so pause it right now. So right now we're on defense. Widow is somehow in their choke, and the enemy team is brawling on the objective. We have a Rhine also following the Widow in. So right now I can probably tell you that, considering the kind of game sense awareness and whatnot required for this, is probably below diamond. The shot is pretty clean. Just hit play for a sec. Go until it kills a Moira. We invested Shatter. I can't tell what the score is like player count wise, but pretty nice shots. You can see some like plat widows was very nice mechanics. So I'm gonna say this is somewhere in plat. Considering the enemy team's running a Moira, Reinzari and Moira, pretty nice brawl comp, but brawl isn't good. So again, game set's not that good. I'm probably gonna go with mid plat, just to guess. Let's say 2.7.
2.7. Okay, that's great.
Let's see what the SR is.
Let's see what the actual SR. And 2.7, almost.
Is it?
It's 700. I don't know how well it's
fucking clap.
Damn, so far so good. Spot on.
It's
Easy
obvious
clap,
why we
dude.
brought you in for this. Well done. Okay, let's go ahead for the next clip here.
Moving on to the second clip, we have a Ryan play here.
And we see the golden hammer. We always like that.
Okay, Zarya. Ooh, corner shadow. Okay, Ryan, Zarya, Reaper, and Zen. Okay, enemy team pretty solid composition except from the soldier and the support line. So we're looking at, since we're not sticking to hard meta, I would say that this is not GM. Really nice corner shadow though. I can't really get a gauge on the rest of the team. But bubble in at the right time. Really nice follow up. I'm gonna say this is Masters. I don't think you're gonna find that kind of synergy in Diamond. If I would have to guess, I'm just gonna roll it. Where do I put it? I mean, Zarya used their own self at the same time, which is pretty bad, right? Don't want to be using two bubbles at the same time. You want to get like nice rotation, like kind of 4 or 5 seconds between each other, so that you're maintaining uptime, maintaining charge, being able to control aggro properly. So let's put it at somewhere a bit lower. Let's say 3.6, 3.7. Final guess, 3.7, I guess.
3.7. Let's have a look.
Okay.
This could be a big compliment if they're not there.
We lost that game, they said. Okay.
Pepe, dude.
And
It's a very nice corner shadow, though.
3.6. You're almost spot on.
Fuck! That is
Fuck.
extremely
My bad.
close.
That's extremely close, yeah. So far, so good. I think I'll give you this one. That was like close enough at that point.
Yeah, that was
Almost
really
went for
good.
3.6. I should have went for it because I Zarya both bubbles. So it's kind
Yeah.
of like a
See, we have a
okay.
German
Genji.
player.
Wolf with the Reddit Genji clip. Okay, can you play it again, but in 0.5 speed? Because the thing about Genji is micro movement is very important, so you need to be very careful. So following with the dash on the dive, that's not bad, but the thing is the dive was on the D.Va, right? Not a good target because she has boosters, she has an escape. We pick the monkey, we go for a blade. There's no nano follow-up. He doesn't look for a reflect on the Kree. Pretty fast reactions, doesn't look for a dash before that. Okay, so pretty decent, but the problem is the timing is kind of bad. The initial dive was not on a good target. But in terms of mechanics wise, it's like it's not bad, it's okay. But they aren't respecting stuns. Like better Kree is gonna hit that shot and you're going to die. Bends out on the dynamite, no nano. So I'm gonna say because there's no combo, we're looking at this can't be higher than like mid diamond, right? Above mid diamond, you know, the blade is just going to get focused. You're just not going to get kills unless you have the sufficient like follow up. Based on the mechanics, I'm going to say it's probably looking towards mid, like high plat, mid to high plat maybe. Especially with the bad dive, like not having the game sense of what makes a good dive and what doesn't. So I'm going to say, let's say 2.9.
2.9? Okay.
2.9.
Guess my SR, 3.3k.
Fuck.
Oh, that was quite far away.
I'm quite far off on that one. I mean, I guess I would just expect to see the nano. Like, I would just expect to see a nano blade come out from that. But then again, they were on a dive comp, and you're probably not going to see that in Platinum Bunny. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, 2 out of 3 is not actually that bad. A couple of people asking how long before the next game. We'll probably do one more of these. We'll double check the teams are ready. In the meantime, if everyone in chat wants to let us know which control map they want to see for the next game, and we'll get there as quick as possible.
Yes. So far, not to just leave you guys with a be right back screen, we think we're just gonna keep going with these. So if you're ready, we're just gonna do another one.
Sure.
And this time we actually have both team compositions. And
Blue Cow was playing last game on Echo as well. Some pretty good copies and then some questionable shadows afterwards. But let's see. Play it back.
Yep.
Okay, so copying road, solid copy. It's usually good for like solid burst of impact, especially against the Zarya. The enemy team has a road, Zarya, Genji, Messi, and a Traces, which is questionable. The fly in afterwards into a full charge Zarya, very questionable. Like very risky play, but this entry is good. So I'm gonna say there's like some pretty solid game sense foundations. Like you know, they understand the game from like a macro sense in terms of timing and stuff, but how on in terms of like actual mechanics of the character maybe a little bit off. So I'm just gonna also from the rank, the compositions, not meta, not even close to any kind of, you know, standardized idea, brawl, pick, poke, dive, whatever. So with that in mind, I'm gonna say that this is the exact type of composition, and this is the exact type of thing that you'd see in like low diamond, like where people play for ultimate win conditions rather than like team or neutral fight win conditions. So I'm gonna say 3K, 3.1. I'm just gonna say 3K.
3k? Okay.
3K.
Let's go ahead and have a look.
At the time, around 2.8. Current SR 3.2. Tank SR 3.5.
Yeah, fair enough. A little bit
Okay.
off, but yeah.
These two average out to 3k, so I'd say that's pretty goddamn spot on.
Pretty
You
close.
got that pretty good.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Do we have another one to go up next? Yes. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we have a few more technically in backup, but for the moment we have this clip up too. It's a little bit longer clip, it would seem like, but maybe that gets you a little bit more to watch. Not sure.
Okay, funny movement control after the grapple. Diva bomb engage. 3 died to it. Okay. Open res in the same sight line. An Orisa Diva comp. Oh, Orisa 6, sorry. Nice shot.
That was aggressive.
Yeah, questionable movement again. This is quite a long clip, isn't it?
Does it dead
Timing the
around?
shots with the as the trajectory and the jump went downwards, which is kind of what you want to do. Okay, so let's just. I'm not gonna probably want to watch the entire thing through again all the way, but let's just go to like halfway, see how it goes. Okay, so the enemy team's on a Rhine Diva Sombra comp, which is actually a pretty solid rush basis. You're looking for really fast fights here, like hack someone going hard. It's pretty solid against double shield as long as you can get the rush distance properly. The only thing is they're playing it with a Widow. They're also playing it with a Mercy Moira, so that kind of implies that it's more of a one-trick kind of Sombra rather than an actual compositional choice. Which, looking at the DPS Moira chasing the Widow and whatnot, and the kind of chaotic nature, like everyone's playing a bit split, etc., etc. I'm gonna say this is Platinum once again. Solid mechanics, but like there's lacking kind of general game sense and kind of lacking team play specifically. Like no communications, probably no like choices of like, oh, sick, I'm going to be peeking this top right window, come with me, you can shield me, etc., etc. I'm going to say this is probably, let's say 2.6.
2.6. Okay. Seems like 3.7k at the time. It's a 4k scrim.
3.7.
Whoa,
okay,
that's a big difference.
I apologize. I apologize, but like it just seems so all over the place. It seems but then again, I guess you get games like that. I mean, it's ranked, anything can happen.
I mean, that is
like
true.
The shots were good. It's just the kind of control over the movement and whatnot kind of misled me a little bit.
Perfect. So thank you for joining us for that. You got, I think it was 2-2 by the end of it, or maybe 3-2. So all in all, not that bad. But thank you for joining us for that little bit of a segment, just for a little bit of fun. We are going to go into our next map in just a couple of minutes. And we just need to make sure everyone in chat is saying which control map they want. I only saw one person say something before, and that was Busan. But if the rest of you want to say which map you want to see for the first control map of the next series, we can go ahead into that in a couple of minutes. But we will be right back for that very soon.
Yep.
and welcome back to the stream. Thank you for waiting there. We just had a couple of technical stuff to sort out after Guess My SR. Hope everyone enjoyed that. That was the first time we put something on like that at Pachimari Esports. Let us know in the comments if you think it was a good idea and if it worked well, or what you'd want to see in the future during our breaks.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna want to do like similar things to this, like something we can do in between maps. That's not just, hey, let's watch this like be right back screen for a while and listen to this music. Like, so if you see something that you guys really enjoy, we'd love to see it.
Okay, but we are ready to go into our next match very quick. We have Don't Stop Believing, who got the bye at the beginning of that, going up against Boris Wave Beats. Do you know anything about either of these two teams?
I've not had the pleasure to watch any of these teams play, or most of the players, as far as I know. But from what I've heard, you have.
Yeah, so I know Etum Ray is a High Masters damage player, and they are playing DPS today. We've seen Viper before on Lucio, but they're going ahead onto damage, which they're slightly higher SR on. We have Decay, who is a high player on tank and damage. They're Grandmaster on tank and just into Masters on damage and support, but they're playing support today. And because, like we said before, the teams are balanced around SR, just to make sure we have quite a balanced amount of players from each SR. So they round out about 3.3 on average. So we are looking to go ahead into it. We are going to Lijiang, as that was the map that was chosen by Twitch chat. So thank you for all of that. What do you expect to see on Lijiang? You said earlier that there's quite a few different things that we can see here.
Yeah, Lijiang is a very interesting one because the Lijiang, or the different points of Lijiang Control Center, Lijiang Night Market, and Lijiang Tower just get played so much they get played differently, you could say.
Absolutely. So we're going on to Control Center first. Is there anything specific you want to see here?
I'm really hoping for the brawl with a Mei, since that is usually quite interesting, and it's really about execution and following up on plans. Like when you get this Mei wall, or if you get this advantage, you really need to act on that advantage really fast and just speed on to the team.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, I think it'd be quite nice to see that going on. And it looks like coming out we have a Junkrat coming out on both sides.
Yeah, that's pretty common to see here. There's a lot of these like pretty tight choke points, you could say.
So is there any way you specifically expect the Junkrats to be going to get into those tight choke points?
I mean, for the most part, you want to get control of like the main server room, since that's where most teams fight, and because of that, you really want to control that area.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So this will be exciting to see where we're going out, and we are rolling out, and we see team Don't Stop going out onto the high ground, but the other team is out already because they had the symmetric TP to get there quicker. So it looks like Don't Stop or Leaving have gone onto point just to get out of the way of those sim turrets. Viper on this Symmetra is trying to get a lot of damage onto the Reinhardt, but Lord Salron falls first on that Baptiste, and as soon as Kankuro goes down as well, that's it. There's no heals, and there's very little tank there. Zaya can't protect the rest of her team. Viper does get an exit kill onto Etonray, the highest ranked player in this lobby currently, which is quite a nice exit kill, but overall that was quite a good fight coming out from Boris Beatwave.
Yeah, you can see the ultimate discrepancy here. Boris Wave's Reinhardt is so much closer to Shattered than enemy team.
And we saw a flying shadow coming out there from Hystrix, and Viper managed to get so much damage built up because of those shields that Kankuro just falls immediately as soon as their shield falls. Rasmus the Great falls, and after that, that's going to be it. There's no way they can survive this. Lord of Celeron gets picked late along with Core and Etonray. This is quite a dominant showing on this relatively typical draw comp coming out from the enemy team here.
Yeah, they're running in very well. They're letting the Rein swing in. And when the Rein is swinging in, they're just buying so much time for the rest of his team to just spam them up.
But that's a really nice early pick from Agility's fan onto Big the Trick. And without the McCree there, they're not going to be able to slow down the push as much as they'd want. We see a Junkrat Tar come out on the back, but a brilliant lamp coming out from PogChamp NT was to save the rest of their team from that tire. I don't know if the Junkrat was expecting that. The Sim turrets are now getting some damage onto Kankuro, and a grab comes out from Bane. Both beats come out at the exact same time. The Shatter does absolutely nothing. An opposing grab goes onto Bane and the Baptiste. Can they follow up on this? They don't follow up. As soon as the grab comes out, take 2 of the members out of the fight. But no one from Don't Stop Believing was following up on that grab, and that was one of the main issues there.
Yeah, Don't Stop Believing did throw out a lot of ults, but Boris Wave just had so many more ults. Like their Rhine has shattered 2 times, while Don't Stop Believing's Rhine hasn't shattered once so far.
Yeah, and I think we really see that shatter come out, and we do. That's a huge shatter that knocks down quite a few people. Agility's Fan gets another early pick. Kankuro comes out and gets the Symmetra, and as soon as you see those, like that Reinhardt fall to Agility's Fan, there's not much that can be done. The McCree of Trick the Trick does attempt to stun and kill Rasmus the Great on the Lucio, but there's nothing that can be done because Agility's Fan is there to protect them.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a switch here from Don't Stop Believing. We see a D.Va here inside trying to eat some of that poke, eat some of those fire shacks and stop a bit of that ult charge coming in.
And we see 2 ultimates come out. We see the wall and the amplification matrix. The wall there probably to stop them from making the amplification matrix from getting too much value. But both Reinhardts are quite low on their shields, and Trick the Trick gets a high noon off of the high ground. Yet again, the Junkrat tire does absolutely nothing, but we see a brilliant attack coming out here. Just completely oppresses the enemy team because of that McCree.
Yeah, even though Brick the Trick got DM'd on that hack and he still finds 2 picks somehow, but he gets picked up.
And it doesn't look like anyone from Don't Stop Believing here are going to be able to touch. And we see the first map, or the first round of the first map, going over to Boris Wave Beats.
Yeah, that was quite a dominant performance from Boris Wave Beat. They've shown that they are quite strong with this brawl comp, and that their Rhine is a very skilled player. But just because they have a very skilled Rhine player doesn't mean they have lost already. What I really like about Lijiang is that you don't need to play a Rhine here. You don't even need to brawl the enemy team if you don't want to. So I'm really hoping Don't Stop Believing swap to a comp that hard counters the Rhine.
And it looks like they're going for a lot more of a kind of spammy comp here because they have the Echo, they have the Ashe, and the Ball is going to be the thing here. They're called Don't Stop Believing. Well, don't stop believing in them because they've got a Ball coming out on Kankuro.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see how Kankura can potentially push this Rhine out of position. As they're on point, that's now gonna be a lot harder to do.
Yeah, Boris Wave Beats managed to get a Sim TP onto point to get them there nice and quickly, and now it's going to be a bit more tricky because the Sim turrets are already set up. We see Agility's Fan along with Rasmus the Great going for a little bit of a flank hit on and off angle just to get some more damage in, but then McCree spots him out, stuns Rasmus the Great, and that was a brilliant stun and kill coming out there. Decay manages to get a boot onto Kankuro, and maybe it's time to stop believing in them because we're not seeing much value coming out from Kankuro.
Well, you may stop believing, but I never stop believing in the ball. I know Kankura can find this value, he just needs to find the right opening, the right amount of time, and when that does happen, they're gonna fall like ants.
And we already see Decay on the Lucio falling, which is extremely bad because they can't speed around anymore. Decay's going to get back in about 5 seconds, but Kankuro might get there first.
Well, Kankura might get there first, but the thing is, Kankura really has to find this value. He really needs to roll for the enemy team, but with these Sim turrets, with this flashbang and whatnot, it's going to be really hard for him to find any value.
And we see yet another early pick onto Rasmus the Great. It gets traded back onto Trick the Trick, so there's a little bit less damage coming out from the team on the point right now, which means they might not be able to defend. But Viper gets a pick onto Agility's Fan because there's no one there to protect them. Bob comes out, and yet another air shatter coming out from Districts. We've got a couple of picks now coming out from Don't Stop Believing onto the enemy team. Kankuro finally gets the pick they needed, but a beat comes out from Decay to try and keep his team alive and win this fight. And somehow Rasmus the Great gets a res when they come back into the fight here. They get picked early again. This fight is so long, so chaotic, but Boris Wave Beats are somehow managing to keep this alive.
It is very chaotic, it is very weird, but for the most part, it felt like they had that advantage. They were winning out, but they just didn't close that advantage fast enough. They were just letting them, well, their respawns come back, and when they got these respawns, they no longer had the advantage, and they were still pushing them.
Absolutely, and I think for me the main deal breaker here is Rasmus Drake has been picked out early twice now, and that's been the lost fight. But with that kill coming out onto Victor Trick, and they've got no res, that is going to be an amazing pick to start this out. We see Griffin at Flux, and Agility's Fan gets a copy onto the Reinhardt. Histrix falls on Reinhardt, but Core falls to the Simturks. Agility's Fan is just swinging on point on this duplicated Reinhardt to get as many picks as possible. They get almost all of the picks come out. Rasmus Drake falls again, but it looks like this will be a one fight for Don't Stop or Leaving.
Yeah, definitely. I never stopped believing, chat. So I feel like this is still winnable, but they'd have to play this extraordinarily safe, since they have both Grav, Amplification Matrix, High Noon, and Shatter coming up here very shortly. And if any of those get any kind of value, it's gonna be detrimental.
Absolutely. We see Cancro here setting up on the high ground. This should be quite good, but a TP comes on the point. Were they expecting? I think not. They managed to flip the point over, so it's now in overtime. They have to make sure they're always touching. We see a high noon coming out along with that grab. Rasmus Drake falls first again, and now it's just cleanup points. A Bob is on point, but gets shattered, defeated. Cancro's still around, but probably going to fall to this McCree, and that is it. The first map goes over to Boris Wave Beats.
Yeah, Borisway beats. Got quite a dominant performance going 2-0 here very early on, and really showing themselves as a really strong team here so far.
Yeah, they've looked extremely strong on these more kind of typical Brawl comps, but I wonder how they'll favour on something other than a Brawl.
Well, the thing about Li Zheng is he quite often can force Brawl no matter what, but on some other maps, maybe some more open maps, it can be a lot harder for them to Brawl. And hopefully we're gonna see, well, something other than Brawl for them, so they can show we're not just masters of Brawl, we're masters of a lot of comps.
Exactly, and I think it will be extremely exciting to see what goes on the next maps. Yet again, we are going over onto our payload map next. So Twitch chat, tell us which one you want to see. We've already got Etenray saying they want Havana. I'm assuming they want to show off some of their double sniper maybe, as they are actually in this match. So if there's anyone else that has any map they want to see, whether it's Havana or whether it's another one, let us know in Twitch chat, and we will choose the next map for you.
Yep, definitely. We have people there grabbing what everyone wants, and if enough of you want a map, we're definitely gonna play that.
Exactly. So where do you think it went wrong there for Don't Stop Believing? Because they managed to get the point on that last round.
Well, as I said, like, they did get the cap, but to get the cap, they had to burn so many ults, and they had to waste so many resources. And when they come for the re-engage on the attack, Boris Wave Beats just had so many more ults than them. They had Grav, they had Shatter, they had Amplification Matrix and High Noon. And I said, if any of those finds enough value, it can just be enough for them to turn the fight. But it's not just one of those ults that found a lot of value, all of them found a lot of value. And when that happens, there isn't a lot you can do, however well you execute your comp.
Yeah, I think it is exactly that. There was a lot of value being found from almost every ult they used. Whereas we saw, for example, Cancro did a mines after the fight had already been lost when it didn't find any picks. The ultimates that were being used by Don't Stop Believing, they didn't always find value. The Grav on Control Center, they managed to get 2 or 3 people in that graph, but there was no one to follow up on it. It's just this value. So even if you use the ultimates, some people think if you play and you just use 6 ultimates in a fight, you're going to win. But if you don't manage to find value, if you don't follow up on these ultimates, you're not going to win the fight.
That's very accurate. You need to use your ult properly. You need to know what kind of ult you absolutely need to use. Because if you over ult, that's just an advantage for the enemy team. If I'm a team and the enemy team uses 6 ults against me and I know I have another fight after that, I'm still going to be happy. I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, exactly. And so even if you do take the point, if you don't have the ultimates to keep the point, which is at the end of the day what this game is about, or at least Control is about, you need to be able to keep that point using the ultimates that you do have left. So we are just waiting for the Twitch chat to pick this map for the next round of this series. And it looks like we have a lot of people saying Havana. I will just wait for production to confirm that, but it does look like most people are saying that probably because they want to see this double sniper. Is that what you'd expect on Havana?
Well, it depends on what you really want to play on Havana. Havana is a pretty open map, and it might just be that Boris Wave Beats aren't favored on that map because of the really wide and long sightlines. that might be the case. But if Boris Wave beats bring out something that is really good on open sightlines, Don't Stop Believing is going to have to pull out something incredible, quite frankly.
Yeah, because they've already shown they are a master of this brawl comp. Even against a comp that is meant to counter them, they get the early picks, and they lack the follow-up on that against the brawl. And if the brawl is all together and you're not following up on these picks, you're not going to win against a brawl. So we're hoping we want to see quite a tight series here in our semi-finals, because the winner of this match will go into our finals today, and will go against either Easy Bots and Blues or Big Wall, who are also playing currently on the other side.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of people asking where my gecko is at. I'm afraid my gecko is still on the run at the moment. She's somewhere underneath my cabinets at the moment, so I haven't managed to pick her up ready for the stream. So although I promised her last time as well, we're not going to be able to get her on cam this time either. But I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, unfortunately we have some technical gecko issues, but we'll fix that until next time for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll make sure we sort that out for next time. I'll make sure to find her for you. Okay, so I'm hoping production is ready to go into the map. It looks like we have chosen Havana, because a lot of people are picking Havana. Decay's saying that Decay is better than a gecko. I strongly disagree with that. And you know, we're the casters here. We might think badly of you if you insult us.
I mean, if you
so
insult
gotta be
us
careful.
or whatever belongs to us, you could say. Like I don't think you have seen Echo's Gecko. Echo's Gecko is scary. You don't want that.
Yeah, she could definitely beat you in a fight, Decay. She could 1v1 you on Widow, anything. It doesn't matter. She would win, 100%. So we are still waiting for production to choose the map here. So we'll go for a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes once we're ready for the next match.
Yeah, as soon as that's all figured out and we have a map selected, it might be some algorithm we have running in chat, and that might be taking a long, but as soon as we have that up, we're gonna be straight back here.
Yeah, so we'll see you in a minute. Welcome back. Sorry about that quick break there. We just had a couple of technical issues we had to wait for on the side of the teams. But it looks like we are ready to go ahead in a minute or so onto Havana. It's been confirmed, which I think will be quite exciting as it seems like both of the teams want to play on Havana here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Boris really wants to play in Havana. If I was Boris, I'd just force like a brawlier map because you've shown that you're really good at that comp. But maybe Boris wants to show that they're not just one comp, one tricks. So
Yeah, they might. Maybe they've had some scrim time together because these teams have only been put together as teams for about a week, I think. So they haven't had much scrim time to be able to get in and practice and learn how each other work. So Brawl's quite a typical thing to go for because it's not that difficult to do with little communication. Am I right?
yeah, you're definitely right. Like as soon as you, or as long as you have like these core parts of the brawl down, like as long as the tanks know what kind of space they can hold and not, as long as the supports know how to keep the tanks up and how aggro they play, for the most part, the comp plays itself.
Yeah. So that might be why they were so good at Brawl before because they had the tanks that knew what space they could take. And that it just worked out well for them. So if they are forced onto something else, we might see that difference coming out. It all depends on their DPS if we're going to Havana.
Yeah, well, Hystrix has shown that he's a really good main tank player, but we're also gonna see if, well, if the DPS are also as good, if they can match Hystrix, well, godliness.
I agree with the word godly there. The shatters, I think two of the shatters were coming from the high ropes because of various boops and everything that happened. Hystrix managed to get shatters going from the high ropes, so maybe we see something like that from the high ground on Havana. But I think the main thing that I would worry about if I was Boris Wave Beats is Etemre because they are 3.8 on DPS, and if we see them if we see them playing a Hanzo or a Widow, if they're really good at that, that can dominate on the long sightlines on first and last point on Havana.
Yeah, definitely. And if you have a good enough DPS players, usually even if your tank is really good, there isn't a lot you can do. But for the
Yeah.
most part, we're gonna see how that plays out as soon as this map starts. But for the most part, it's gonna be a lot more DPS focused than it was on Lijiang.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited to see that, but I feel like Echo can still be played here relatively often if you play the dive correctly.
Yeah, for sure. Echo can find like a lot of off angles, and especially on snipers, which are really common on this map. Echo can just flank a lot of snipers and burst them really fast before they get a chance to shoot at them.
Yeah, so especially if that sniper doesn't have the shields or the tanks to help protect them from that echo, it's going to be difficult for them to survive. So even if Etemre is extremely good at a sniper, if we have either Brig or Viper coming on to an echo and manages to get quite an off angle away from the tanks, that might be the way for them to win against Etemre, especially as we know Hystrix already shown really good on the Reinhardt. Maybe it's time for them to show if they're good at the Winston or the Ball as well because I think that's quite important, especially if we're doing Havana, where you could see a dive or a spam.
Yeah, definitely. But for the most part, it seems like most of the cogs are in place right now. We had a bit of a problem with the player connecting, bit of technical issues, but it seems like shortly enough, we're going to have everyone here. And as soon as we have that, we're gonna go straight back in.
Yeah, sorry about this wait here. Honestly, it looks like just one or two players have gone off away from their PC, so we can't actually grab them at the moment. So we're sorry about that. I will just say if we can keep Twitch chat to English, that would be great. Just it's quite important for our moderators just be able to keep an eye on everything, make sure everything's okay on there. But it looks like we are heading into the game now. So let's get ready to go. So we have Don't Stop Believing are on defense first. What are you expecting them to do here?
Well, don't stop believing, as their name implies. I'm expecting some kind of ball comp for sure. Like they saw, or they showed that they can kind of make it work for the most part, but just the brawl was way too strong. But if they're not playing brawl, or if they're playing a more like poke comp, I feel like ball can find a lot more value.
Well, I'd love to see that ball come out on defense, because especially if you can displace a couple of the attacking team, it can do wonders, as you can just get a couple of picks on them. And it looks like we have quite a spammy comp, as expected, coming out from both teams. But Hystrix right now is on the ball on attack.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting, but with the Zarya, I don't think that's gonna be what they opt for. I feel like that's still gonna be a Ryan, more than likely.
So you think Hystrix is going to stick to the Ryan because they've already shown how good they are on there?
Well, their comp also matches that a lot more. You don't typically see an Ana and a Zen if you're running a ball, for the most part.
Well, it would be good to see what they've got. We have a really spammy defense coming out with Etemray on the Ashe and Agility's Fan on the Hanzo. So we'll see if they can get the picks. But we do have Hystrix rolling out on the ball, going to the right side to get ready to displace the enemy team.
Yeah, definitely. With this poke coming out for Don't Stop Believing, it's gonna be, well, pretty hard for Hystrix to find value, kind of like it was for Counter.
Yeah, they might have just countered themselves here, but Hystrix looks like they're setting up for a pile drive onto the enemy team. They knock the Hanzo off and get a pile drive up onto Lord Zelron, but the heals come out from the Baptiste, so just too strong. No way they can get a pick there. Hystrix now currently stuck behind them.
Yeah, but the thing about this comp is they don't necessarily need to find picks. As you can see here, Don't Stop Believing is just slowly backing off and giving them more and more space. Like, they're almost at the end of the point, and they haven't taken a proper fight yet.
And Hystrix does go down early. That's a really nice pick out from Etemray along with the pull from Orisa. Etemray getting another pick onto the Zen of PogChamp, and it looks like the entire team is going to back off. Zarya is going to get staggered out. Everyone else managed to make it back, but this McCree's going aggressive. They get picked as well. That was quite an unfortunate mistake, I'd say, from Big the Trick.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of ult charge going the way of Don't Stop Believing. Yep, maybe that can be enough for them to try to hold them a little bit better. But the payload has been pushed up so far now. They only really need to win one fight right now. And as soon as they do that, they're gonna push it all the way to the end on this point.
Yeah, and we have Hystrix going for the same kind of rollout yet again, going up behind. And Junkrat is going to the high ground along with them to try and knock Core off of there, just to take that space for themselves. Hystrix almost has the mines coming up, so we might expect that in this fight, but Viper's getting a lot of damage in with that Junkrat spam from high ground.
Yeah, definitely. All just denying all that high ground, and now Junkrat can just use this to spam them fully out.
Kankuro got anti-naded there, which is really nice. Great goes for res, but gets booped away by the Junkrat. Agility's Fan gets taken out, takes out Viper, and Etemray takes out Hystrix. The Bob is out just to protect point. Bane is on point on that Zarya, but there's not much they can do.
Now, even though they got this really good advantage early on, they couldn't quite close enough. The defensiveness of an Orisa and a Sigma and the Ashe that can just find value over time and just slowly win the fight in the long run is just paying off for them.
Absolutely. What ultimates do you expect to win the fight here for the attackers?
Well, the attackers need to use a few ults, I'd say, but as they used a few and they're nowhere near grab, it's gonna be quite hard as they don't have a lot of time anymore in the time back. They have one, max 2 fights here, so they're really gonna have to make it work now or the fight after this.
Yeah, and we see Hystrix get stunned out. Etemray takes a nice headshot onto Bane, and the Gravitic's Flux from Core forces the Transcendence out from PogChamp. Etemray gets yet another pick onto Big the Trick and Viper. This is just extremely amazing play coming out from this Masters DPS player. Hystrix is going to get staggered out there by Kangaroo, and I've got to give this to Etemray. They are playing extremely well on this Ashe.
Yeah, definitely. Really popping off here, finding a lot of time and damage. And when you just have this Orisa and Sigma just controlling this ball, not letting them get anything done. As you can see here, emergency swap to Brawl here. Off of the ball onto the right.
Yeah, we see them go to their comfort pick for this last fight that we're going to get. Etemray's on the high ground though. Can they actually knock them off? Viper's trying, but it's not working. You see the Reinhardt trying to go past the Orisa shield. Oh, Viper does take out Etemray. There's no way Rasmus is going to go for that res, is there? We see the ult come out from Big the Trick. Doesn't actually get anything. Reinhardt's out behind the shield of Kankuro. They might actually try and get a pick onto them here. And it looks like they're going to get them. That is a really nice aggression coming out. Rasmus the Great goes for a res on Kankuro, but Zelron gets taken out because of it. And the point does get flipped over to the attacking side in the last second.
Yeah, definitely. When in doubt, brawl it out seems to be the mentality right now, and if it works, don't fix it. while forced a comp that just gets hard countered. Just play what you know, stick to what you know.
Absolutely, and it looks like that Hystrix is just really good on this Reinhardt. The aggression, like you were saying before, they know how much aggression to take, and they're taking that much along with Bane on that Zarya. They almost have a shatter here. I'm not sure if Don't Stop Believing are going to expect this.
Not sure, but we're gonna see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, so we do see the Ryan taking extremely aggressive angles, but that means that the rest of the players on point aren't protected by any shield or anything other than the hard cover around. We see a Junkrat Tire coming out just as Etemir gets a pick onto Bane. We see the Shatter just absolutely decimating Lord Zalron, and then Decay goes in for a boot onto Core to get the final kill. Etemir gets a pick onto Viper late in the game and uses their Bob. We get a second pick onto Decay, and this Bob is stalling not only stalling the point, but making sure the space goes all to them. This was not Boris Wave's fight to win, and they didn't win it.
Yeah, they used a lot of ults to try to make that work, but they still have so many ults left here that they can use. They have 4 ults coming up here, and you know how fast Ryan Shatter charges, so...
Yeah, but we do see a switch onto the Sombra with Viper here because of that failed tire. So, do you think they're going to be building EMP in the first minute of this, or the last minute of this fight?
I don't feel like that's the plan. I feel like more they want to hack the ball and burst them up. Or even better, they hack the Baptiste here so he can't lamp, and you can see that finds insta value here.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see Rasmus and Core both getting taken out because of that grab. Rasmus was trying to keep Core alive, and it didn't work. Trigger Trick and Viper both popping off and taking out both the tanks and the DPS on the enemy team. And that was a one fight with only 2 ultimates used.
Yeah, definitely. That Sombra hack onto the Baptiste to delay that immortality field really found a lot of value there.
It did. Core's trying to stall out point, but they get picked off, and they're demech now. We see Kankro on the ball with the mines, but it doesn't look like the mines getting picked. Rasmus goes for a risky res here onto Core so they can get back into mech, and a Shatter comes out from Hystrix, but only hits Kankro. Agility's fan manages to get a pick onto Decay. That stops the beat from coming out. This is potentially winnable if they push now. Agility's fan gets another pick onto Bane, but now with Hystrix taking them out, that is a one fight for the attackers, and they will push through onto 3rd point of Havana.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Agility's fan and Ray are very good DPS players, you can't really shoot at a Ryan and expect to win that 1v1. Ryan is just so much stronger, and when he gets so much value on, it's going to be really hard.
And we have Viper here looking for an EMP. They get a big EMP onto 3 of the players, both of the healers included. Kankro can't be supported enough to survive. And that, as soon as that Iris is down, they can't hold nearly as much space as they need. We see Etemir finally switching over to that Widowmaker, but they don't get anything as Viper goes up there really aggressively with that Translocator. But maybe Decay was getting a bit too aggressive. We see a lot of people talk about Decay in chat, and Decay did not manage to do anything good there. And that's actually stalls what should have been a one fight there.
For the most part, yeah, but in the end here, Boris Beats still... or not Boris Beats, what am I saying? Don't Stop Believing, still managed to hold them here.
Yeah, it was a really nice hold, but honestly I think that was Boris Beats' Wave's fight to win, but Bane goes down really early on that push because of Etemir on that sniper. As soon as Azai is down, that means there's a lot less aggression than Reinhardt can take, and we're going to see that here. Etemir does get fire strike, falls extremely low, has to back off to see the Mercy, and they're going to look for another pick.
Yeah, definitely. Hystrix has to find some kind of value here with the Shatter or something, but with the Widow constantly just locking people down, I don't know, Fangal, it's going to be really hard to try to find anything.
We saw an aggressive beat coming out, and the Trick uses their High Noon to try and get a kill. Decay goes for an aggressive pick onto Etemir, which works out. The Trick gets 3 picks in this fight, and this is now 1. You see Kankuro trying to use that Supercharger, but with 0 seconds left on the clock, they managed to push it all the way through.
Yeah, definitely. Boris Beat pushed it all the way to the end in overtime, which still leaves... well, they can still win this map if they push in overtime. Or with more than 1 minute remaining, I should say.
Yeah, if they manage to get a nice push through, then we will see what happens. But Havana's quite a long map, and you don't usually get time banks left by the end of it.
I mean, usually you don't, but maybe we'll see some magic being... oh boy, maybe we'll see some magic being pulled out by Don't Stop Believing here.
That would be nice. I mean, we've only seen the ball from them on 1 or 2 maps. I think it would be really nice to see the ball coming out and really show why they've got that name. And we do have Kankuro showing the ball to start with on this map.
But with this comp that they have, with Sigma, with double snipers, Zen and Mercy, I'm not sure if that's gonna be what they stick to. But then again, I've been surprised before, so.
Yeah, we've said many things and been completely wrong, so I guess we'll see. And we have quite a typical Brawl defense coming out from Boris Beats Wave, and it looks like they're wanting to hold nice and close to get the rush on them coming out of spawn.
Well, yes, that's what the Brawl comp mostly wants. Like, they've shown that their Brawl comp is really strong. They show that they don't really lose on Brawl. And if they can just get this Brawl in, for the most part, they're gonna win.
So we have a Judges fan come out on the Tracer, but it looks like they were not expecting this, and Etemrega just gets completely caught out by the pure aggression coming out from Hystrix along with Decay on that Lucio. That was just a really nice early pick, just to completely scare them off. Core switches over to the Reinhardt, and Kankuro is onto Desire. We have a Reaper coming out from the Judges fan now. They've switched over to Brawl to try and counter the Brawl coming out from the defense.
Yeah, potentially not letting the Rein swing as much with the Reaper, but he doesn't need to swing when Viper is just finding his value.
Yeah, Viper's just found a brilliant pick onto Rasmus the Great. Yet again, this main support is just falling a little bit too early in these fights. And they're just going to have to wait for them to respawn, and they're going to choose which side they want to push out of. It looks like the McCree of Etemrega is taking a little bit of an off angle here. Core charges in, but gets stunned out of it. They almost got a pick there onto Hystrix. Kankuro gets a pick onto PogChamp, and with that shadow from Hystrix, they might actually hold off this attack for a little bit longer.
But as you say that, the Reaper is just killing everything in the backline.
Yeah, this Reaper managed to somehow get past the Reinhardt, and the Reinhardt, although it was a brilliant shatter to try and hold them off, there was nothing that could be done because the Reaper was in the backline, and the Reinhardt can't do anything to help that.
So you can't ignore this Reaper. It's just as strong as a Rein, just swinging into you, and when they're just ignoring it to go for the rest of the people, that Reaper is just gonna tear your backline in half.
But because of that early hold, quite up nice on up close, we have quite a second fight coming onto this point here. But look at Kankuro. They're behind the enemy team. I'm not sure if they know what's going on. They almost have a grab here. Oh, Kankuro's been spotted. They've used their bubble, but they might fall early. Judges fan gets a pick onto Decay, and Core takes out Hystrix. And as soon as that Reinhardt and that Lucio are gone, that's pretty much it for the attacking team, or for the defending team. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. With this Reaper, they seem to have found a bit of a counter to their just mindless aggression they're just running in. They really need to put a little bit more resources on this Reaper, so he can't just go right-click away and find value.
But it looks like they want to recontest for this point. They get a pick onto Core, which is really big, and the grab stops them from touching point. They may be able to touch. They do. A Judges fan attempts to go for a report, but gets taken out by Bane. That's a really good pick if Rasmus the Great falls here. This might actually be a hold from the defense.
Yeah, that was a lot of pain from Bane right there. Just absolutely beaming down the Reaper.
Yeah, that Rip Roll was a nice touch, but Bane was just too high charge, especially with those bubbles. Just absolutely deleted them before they could get the pick.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see forcing him to swap even onto the Hanzo now.
Yeah, but we do see the grab coming out from the defending side here along with the shadow. What do you expect we'll see here? We see the McCree out first, going through the application matrix, and a beat coming out from Rasmus the Great. Here's a brilliant shadow. That shadow was so huge from Core. Just no one was expecting to go around that corner. Hystrix attempts the same thing, but Core takes him out. This aggression is what's taking them to fight back. They turn the aggression around on the defending team.
Yeah, we were expecting Kankuro to be more of this like ball player, ball Rein player, but from what he's showing right now, he's just a god Zarya player for now.
Yeah, honestly, I think they should have called themselves a name with Zarya. I can't think of a pun right now. But although, as we say that, Kankuro does switch back onto the ball. So maybe we'll see something exciting coming out. But I quite like them on that Zarya.
Yeah, I really like that, especially into this brawl, but Viper drops very early here, and they're having to use ult to try to equalize, and they do.
Yeah, we saw an extremely aggressive grab coming out from Bane there, and it only caught one person, and after that, the Etemrega got a pick, and Etemrega just keeps on getting picks. Although the grab wasn't very good, and it was just the rest of the Etemrega and the rest of Don't Stop Believing just pushing on through to counter that aggression. They seem to have found the way they need to win this round.
Yeah, it seems to be through the DPS and specifically through Etemrega, who are just tearing the enemy team in half.
Yeah, it's possible they might even get this with time on the bank, but we have Lord Zavron falling really early to that Viper, to the Junkrat of Viper. But we see a return pick from Etemre onto Viper here. And we see Rasmus the Great flying away on Mercy. A little bit too close to the tree there. A Hanselwald is coming out, along with 2 picks come out from PogChamp and Decay. Both the supports getting picks onto the opposing team. And PogChamp getting yet another pick on this Baptiste. We're seeing so much DPS coming out from these supports. They are winning these fights.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of damage coming in. Brawl had a little bit of a hard time closing the distance on them. But when they did close that distance, there isn't a lot you can do. When the Reinhardt is an inch from your face, you can't expect to do anything.
No, absolutely. And we see Core use a good, really early grasp there, just to try and eat all of the damage coming out from Bane. Etemre gets a nice dynamite, but Hystrix is going aggressive. We see a beat coming out to keep them alive, and a huge shatter. That was absolutely massive. Maybe a few too many ultimates, but they're knocked down with the rest of the enemy team, and there's nothing they can do now. They just have to go back to spawn.
A little bit of a C9 attempt here by Concuro, but Boris Wave beats were on that very early, so unfortunately that's not gonna lead to anything.
Yeah, we see Conqueror all the way in the back line, chased all the way away from the team, and they can't do anything to initiate that fight, which is entirely what the ball is for. And they get trapped in the Junkrat trap all the way back in the spawn, whilst this fight is starting to begin, with Agility's fan looking for picks on this Hanzo.
Yeah, but a big pile drive there and keep still pushing the payload. They're gonna have to use some abilities here. Ults, mine, tire. We'll see if any of it can find any value.
Well, they used the tire, but it just got absolutely destroyed by Etemre, and Viper does manage to get a kill, not with the tire, but with their bombs onto the Agility's fan. Rasmus gets a res, but we see a lot of back and forth kills here. Core gets a big Rivetic Flux, especially along with that Dragon from Hanzo. Bob is used to go onto the back of point, but it's not going to see anyone there. There's not much other than Decay it can get. It looks like this attack is actually going to win.
I mean, for now, yeah, they're gonna finish it in overtime though, but they do have this Tracer far up. Maybe she can buy enough time for the rest of the team to come up. But
although that's a really nice late pick, the Victor Trick was just hiding out in the backline. Ball just absolutely spotted them out. The point is in overtime here, so if they leave point for too long, that will be it. Viper does fall on the Tracer, and that is pretty much it. PogChamp uses a relatively late amplification matrix. Probably not going to do much, and that's a bit of a waste, I think. But as soon as this Lucio's dead, the point is going to roll on through.
yeah, definitely. Not as large of a time back on third point, 1 minute 30 seconds, but that might just be all that they need to push it.
Yeah, because they can push it all the way through overtime as long as they don't leave that cart. So we're just going to see them trying to spam out the resources of the defense here with that Hanzo and with that Ashe. And as we say that, that's a brilliant pick coming out from Agility's fan onto Brig the Trick. That's going to stop the defense from going too aggressive. Kankuro goes through a big boot there alongside the Dragons of Agility's fan, which actually picks out PogChamp even though they put down the infantry field. That's so unlucky that they still got picked here.
Yeah, that
We see Core going quite aggressive.
They're just gonna push so far, and even though they didn't have a large time back, they're really making this time back work.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a really nice pick onto Viper there. And then Decay right at the end. I honestly think that they just need to walk back into spawn and not get stall picked anymore. Although it looks like Bane is going to be.
Yeah, and Bane being a really high priority pick here with this grab, it's gonna be... they're gonna have to stall this out.
But we do have a lot of ultimates coming out from the defense on this potentially last fight of this series.
Potentially the last fight here, yeah. There isn't a lot of time. They use grab. They have a lot of other ults to use.
And we see the grab come out, we see a beat, we see a huge shadow come out from Hystrix, especially along with that high noon coming out from Victor Trick. And this might be it. They might have actually managed to stall out the point long enough. Kunkuro's on point to trigger overtime. But there's no one else that can touch. And that is a win from Boris beats Wave.
Yeah,
Boris Wave beats.
Yeah.
That's a confusing name to say, but it was a really, really dominant showing, I think, on both of those maps.
Yeah, definitely. And yet again here on the replay, we see Konkuro just what he can do on Zarya here.
Yeah, honestly, it's just really nice play. And I think that was all thanks to the shatter coming out from Core as well, because they were not expecting that to come around the side.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like even though they pushed really far, even though Etemre found a lot of value and could, well, carry some fights, it wasn't quite enough. Their brawl was just way too strong.
It was, and we will see Boris Wave Beats heading on to the finals in just a little bit later on today. We want to say thank you to Don't Stop Believing for playing. So you only got to play one game. Maybe you just weren't warmed up enough because you had that bye to get into this round. But I think it was well played by both teams.
Definitely, yeah. And I'm excited to see a bit more from Boris Way Beats too. They did play really well on Brawl, but alternate comps didn't seem to work too well for them, it would seem.
Yeah, why do you think that was?
I'm not too sure based on how they play, but for the most part they were trying to force comps that don't necessarily work. I felt like they stomped like first map way too hard, and then they thought, okay, we can just beat them on any comp. But that was not really the case.
Yeah, it seemed like they did need to switch back onto that the comfort pick of Brawl to be able to win out some of those fights, which it was fun to watch, but it was a bit unfortunate they didn't manage to win out on those alternate comps. But we will bring someone in for an interview now, or in just a second, once we find someone from the winning team ready to come in here for this interview.
Yep.
It will be Decay coming in because apparently, according to Decay has a lot of friends. I'm not sure if they're a trustworthy. I'm not sure if they're a trustworthy person to say that because it's obviously themselves.
But it
But they
seems
will.
like Twitch chat agrees on the case, so I guess we'll bring him in.
Yeah, so we'll get Decay into this chat to have to speak to them in just a second. In the meantime, who do you think played, or who do you think had the most effect in that match?
I think definitely Hystrix's main tank. Hystrix's main tank just determined how the team played. Like Boris Beat Wave just is very reliant on their tanks for the most part. And when Boris Wave Beats didn't play Ryan, you could see that they were falling off pretty fast. They couldn't quite find the same damage. And when you didn't have the Ryan just making all the space and doing all the damage and then letting the supports and DPS help them do that, it was quite hard for them to find a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it does come down to exactly what you said. It's just really tricky if everyone on the team isn't kind of you don't need everyone to play make, but you need everyone to kind of work together well enough for it to work. And you can't just trust one or two of your players. And I think Hystrix, they played really well on that Reinhardt, but they got backed up by their team a lot of the time as well. It wasn't just the Reinhardt going in. We saw this in the last tournament. We have extremely aggressive Reinhardt players, but just because they're aggressive doesn't mean they're going to win. They have to have the backing of their team to be able to win those fights.
Yeah, definitely. If it's just one main tank that's super aggressive while his team is just super defensive, that run is just gonna go in and feed and die. That's a throw. Even though objectively the right play might be for the Rhine to go in and swing, if the rest of the team is not backing you up, it's an objective feed.
Yeah,
but if you
absolutely.
have 6 people going in with you, even though it might not be the right idea or the best idea always, because you have 6 people performing the same strat, the same idea, it still works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you just got to play as a team. You've got to work together like that all the time. For now, we'll go to a quick break just while we try and find Decay for this interview. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes with that interview for all of you guys at home. welcome back. We finally managed to get a hold of Decay. Obviously, they've got too many fans out there trying to get a hold of them, so they couldn't come over to us immediately. But we have them here now.
Yeah, definitely. We have Decay, the man himself here. Do you want to introduce yourself to the stream, Decay?
Hola, I'm Decay and I'm just the simply best player in this tournament.
Those are big words coming out from you. Although I've got to say, when you played your Lucio quite aggressively, it did seem to work.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you do? Are you a Lucio player? What do you play normally?
No, I'm actually a main tank player usually.
Oh, okay. So where's that aggression coming from?
Oh, I'm a Reinhardt player, so I don't stop holding W no matter what I'm on.
There we go. That checks out a lot.
Absolutely.
So why do you think you guys won that match? Other than the fact you're the best player in the tournament.
True. I think it's mainly just because if I'll be a little bit sentimental and say our spirit, we're very happy when we're playing. We're very hyper and very like talkative with each other. So I think it's a very fun environment to be in. If I'm honest, like even if we mess up, if we want to go for something fun, everyone's always down for it. So it's good.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you played really well the entire time, especially as a team, because it did seem like you guys worked well together as a team.
Definitely, yeah. We had a scrim yesterday, but we haven't really had much practice, so it's quite impressive to see, to be honest.
Yeah, you guys performed really well. You really especially showed that you guys are very competent on the brawl. Is there any reason you guys think that you guys succeeded exceptionally well on brawl, but were a little bit short on other comps?
I think it's mainly comfort picks for a lot of people. Like especially I think we're much more comfort on like the Ryan, the Zarya, the McCree. It is mainly better because we haven't really shown that we're very great on other comps, but I think we've shown that we're probably the best at this brawl comp.
I'd definitely say the best of the people you've played against so far, but we've just got word that you are going up against Big Wall in the finals. Do you know anything about them? Do you know anyone on that team?
I haven't. Let me have a look really quick because I think I know someone on the
Sure.
team. What is it? What team is it again?
I'm not sure what team number they are, but I'm sure someone in production can let us know if they're listening in. In the meantime, there's a question coming out from someone in chat saying, "How does it feel to lose a 1v1 against a Plat Mercy?"
At the end of the day, sometimes you just gotta let the lesser players win occasionally, to give them a bit of spirit. Sometimes it's okay to be the nice guy in a game.
Yeah, that's a very generous of you, Decay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
definitely.
Gotta give back to the players occasionally,
Of course, yeah, and you really gotta make a show like, oh no, Decay lost to a Mercy. That's
Exactly.
a very clickbaity title.
Headlines, that's all it is.
Yeah, definitely.
So team number 2 is Big Wall. So if you just want to have a look through those players and see if you know anyone, see if you can give us an insight, because we haven't actually watched them on stream yet. If you can give us insight into how they're going to play.
Oh, this is the only team I don't actually know anyone from. This will be interesting.
I think you'll absolutely roll them.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's just going to be a clean 2-0. We're aiming to go flawless, and we're going to deliver on those promises.
Well, we really hope that you're going to deliver on those promises. You guys seem to have a lot of fans, and well,
yeah.
well,
people just want to be fans of the best players. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
I mean, yeah, we will. We'll see if you are the best players, especially going into the next one. Because fair warning, they apparently run May all game long. So take that back to your team and see if you can do anything with that. Any more questions from you, Urazi?
Not necessarily. Just, is there any benefits to being in the Decay fan club?
Well, from what my team know, it's VOD reviews, it's coaching, it's spirit. As I said to the last team, at the end of the day, if I was disappointed with their performance, I could always give them a bit of a VOD review if they need to improve themselves. But that's just the Decay fan club for you. It's all the perks.
Yeah, that's very generous of the Decay fan club. And if anyone seems to need the Decay fan club or the services that they provide, you can reach out to us and we'll hook you up.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
I do have one final question. Your team name. How did you come up with it?
I think it's because most of us are British, and it's the British Prime Minister. So I didn't really have a say in it, but I just found it hilarious. So I didn't have any objections.
Yeah, no, I've got to say, I guessed it was because of good old Boris Johnson.
Absolutely.
So yeah, no, that's quite funny, and it's difficult for us to say. So thanks for that as well.
No
We appreciate that. Awesome. Well, we'll let you go back to your team.
All right.
Thanks for the interview, and well played. We look forward to seeing you in the finals in
Thank you very
about
much.
25 minutes, half an hour.
Perfect. Can't wait to put on a show.
We're looking forward to it.
Catch you later.
See you in a bit. Okay, so we hope you enjoyed that interview coming out from quite a confident player, would you say?
Yeah, confident is definitely the right word.
And it looks like we will be heading into a little break, and we will come back with a little bit more content in a minute. Thank you very much. And welcome back again. Sorry for that quick little break. We just had to sort some stuff out. But we are back with the same segment as before. We have Guess My SR with Tej again.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
How's it going? Have you been watching this tournament?
Yeah, last game, pretty solid, pretty fun. The Brawl Cubs were kind of strong, but
Mhm.
all right, should we get into it?
Yeah, go ahead. We've got the first clip coming up now.
Okay, so another spicy Widow one.
Seems like a lot of these are widows.
Yeah, seem very popular. Brave,
Ooh.
incredibly brave. Nice shots though.
Maybe a bit overly so.
Yeah, I'm thinking-
Really, really clean shots.
I mean, every shot's a headshot. Demands a mudding. Nah. Seriously though. Can you pause it?
Yes.
Cool. So those kinds of flicks that you see, kind of little micro flicks, are very indicative of someone very comfortable with the character. So what they'll do is they'll have the muscle memory of putting the crosshair in a position relative to the target, and then they'll just do the same flick every single time. So this is someone who is likely a Widow player through and through. This is very much a comfort pick for them. The aggression is indicative of someone feeling themselves, which obviously they are. This man is hitting every shot. But apart from the mechanics, because the thing about Widow mechanics is that you have some very insane players in like Diamond, right? You have some very mechanically gifted players. So mechanics alone aren't generally enough to kind of give insight into the rank. So if we look at the compositions, we're looking at Double Bubble, Doom, and a Mercy, which isn't that bad, but I feel like let's say a top 500 player, for example, would just instinctively go on to Tracer because I feel like Tracer is just too strong not to be played with Double Bubble. And then if we look at the enemy comp, they've got like a Poke Brawl hybrid with a Lucio Ryan Zarya. So these are both pretty like actually not bad compositions. So it's kind of implying to me a little bit higher. The only thing is, Roadhog, Ryan Road, pretty trash. That grapple, he might just be feeling himself, but it's very brave and a very easy way to just throw this away. But yeah, if I had to guess, I'll probably go a bit conservative because I feel like Widow Doom is just not a double bubble DPS line, even though it's not horrible. I'd probably say that this is, let's say low masters, let's say 3.6.
3.6. Let's go ahead and have a look.
356.
Ooh, you were very close. I guess we round it up, right?
I think so. That'd be almost exactly 3.6. Said at the time 3.1, but the highest SR 3.6.
Okay, at the time 3.1. I mean, yeah, at 3.1, I'd kind of be surprised to see that composition, like those compositions coming out. But at the same time, like as I said, like you have very gifted mechanical players in Diamond.
Yeah, definitely.
And I guess because they climbed out, that proves that they were
They
good for
probably
that
just
as well.
had some aspect of their play, their positioning, something like that was just so out of whack. But once they've got that to a decent level, they'll just climb.
Yeah, there we go. Going to the next one.
Reinhardt got the Shadow Online. Let's see it. Nice 180. Cool. All right, so it's a essential brawl mirror. They're playing Lucio Bap on both teams, which is actually pretty hard meta right now. You only ever swap to the Moira when the enemy team is running something that is just absolutely farming your Baptiste. So if you're mirroring, but they have a Doom brawl, right? Doom can usually hard counter the Bap, and then that's when you would swap to Moira. But looking at the actual play, I feel like if it was again higher, that flash would be communicated. You go for a flash shadow, right? Or you'd have the reaction time to follow up on it because that's like free 2 kills right there. But then again, knowing to shatter out the grab, the 180 was pretty good timed. I'm gonna go with Rhino Rissa as well. This looks like a Scrim type composition. I'm gonna go with let's say 3.4, just because they haven't like there wasn't a communication on the flash and then like immediate response to follow up. But there's like solid game sense fundamentals kind of following through.
I think you're right about this being a Scrim because Blue Dog is in this game too.
Oh, is he? I can't actually see from my perspective because
Typically, yeah.
Yeah, the screen's too small, but yeah.
Yeah, Blue Dog.
We've got some people in chat saying gold or some master. So
I mean, I see someone saying top 500 easy in chat. So now we have 3.547.
Not far off again.
Pog you.
Pretty
Easy
close.
clap.
And I guess Algos, you got masters. So unless you're in that scrim yourself, pretty well done. Okay,
Oh,
moving on to. Oh, that's the same widow one again.
This clip.
Whoops. Okay. We have a Hanzo clip here.
Stealth snipers. People love to play snipers.
I mean, it's misleading, right? Because people always connect insane mechanics with high levels, so it's misleading when you send in like a sniper clip because, like, you know, you can be anywhere from like diamond to top 500.
And it's a little compilation of clips here.
Yeah, I did a bit.
So what are you seeing from that?
First off, because it's like kind of flitting in between, it's hard to pick out the composition. I'm seeing double bubble though. I'm seeing tracer in it, so kind of pog. What are they against? Rhino Orisa, kind of interesting. I mean, with the recent Orisa buff, I don't know if this is on the right patch, but with the recent Orisa buff, Rhino Orisa brawls are definitely viable depending on the map. Although it's hard to tell because of the cuts. I think from the composition alone, I think there's a solid understanding of like meta. Like, even though Hanzo isn't great in double bubble, he's always like a solid B+ tier pick most of the time. So I'm gonna have to like double shield. I'm gonna have to say that this is like 3.7. 3.7. It's a bit of a tricky one though.
We've got Algos saying plat in chat. Not sure anyone else has said anything.
Well, we're gonna see who wins. Chat who is guessing plat, or our coach here pressing 3.7.
I mean, I might be way off. Who knows, right?
Current 2.6, peak 2.8.
2.6.
Ooh, you are well off with that one.
I'm well off with that one. I mean, it's hard to see. I'm just going off the compositions. You know, things happen, right?
Yeah, it happens, and it looks like this was actually from the tourney today, from people in chat are saying. So this must have been one of those maps that we weren't watching.
Ah, I see. Well, well
So I
played
guess
to them.
it's a what 3 points, probably 3.2 average on the team, but this is just their personal SR is 2.6.
Yeah, good job to them. I mean, like positioning wise, they kind of capitalizing on the enemy teams. Like the enemy team's running a brawl comp, so they can't really force them off this high ground until they like do a full rotation. But since the enemy team's brawl isn't flushing the high ground at all, they aren't clearing the high ground, then you can just capitalize on that fact. So yeah, well played.
Yeah, and I think if we've got one more, that would be great.
I think that's it.
Is that it?
I feel like that's it. We've seen this. We have these three up right now. But maybe production has a few hidden gems for me, maybe?
We'll just give them a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll give them a second. So, do you think Decay's confidence is right? Do you think he should be that confident, Tej?
I think that Decay's confidence comes from the role, because I'm going to have a controversial opinion here, but tanks, they always got ego, always.
Mhm.
Always, every time. You won't ever find a Reinhardt player who doesn't think they're the absolute business. They always think they're class.
Do you think that's
But-
part of the mindset you need for Reinhardt then?
Because yeah, you do. Because here's the thing: the thing about playing main tank is that you're always being bullied by the enemy team. So if you don't have the strong mental to kind of counteract that fact, then you're going to struggle. So actually, I think it's very important for DPS players to be confident. In order to because confidence, like being mindful and being assured of yourself, is very important to be consistent and hit your shots. But yeah, with main tank, it's more about maintaining the mental stability so that you just don't tilt and start feeding your games. But yeah.
Okay, well, so that is actually all of the clips we have. So we will head into a break and we'll be ready to go into our next and our final match in a couple of minutes. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Tej, for coming along again to do Guess My SR. I think you're on a positive win rate now, which is good for
Oh
that.
hell yeah.
So well done.
Yeah, was it?
Although chat did beat you in one of them, so
Such
yeah,
chat OP.
not great. Yeah, chat's just too good.
Yeah, thank you
But,
very much for having me.
Thank you for coming along.
Good luck in the finals.
Thanks. Well, we hope you watch and hopefully see you in the future.
Sure. Bye bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Cool. So is there anything? and welcome back to our finals of the Pachimari Player Cup. Thank you for waiting there. We just had a couple of technical issues again, just to get everything sorted. Make sure everyone from the two final teams, Big Wall and Boris Beats Wave, are ready to go ahead. So, as normal, we would like everyone in Twitch chat to tell us which map you would like to see today for Control yet again. Spam it in chat as soon as you can, and we'll get this game underway as soon as possible.
Yep, definitely. Even if you're playing, you can still vote for a map. That's primarily what we want to. We want everyone, as many people as possible, to participate in the poll, so that, well, it's not too one-sided.
Exactly. So with these two teams, we haven't actually seen Big Wall play, but we've heard some stuff about them. But we have seen Boris Beats Wave play. What are you expecting from the two teams?
Well, as Big Wall, their name kind of implies, and as they play May, I feel like we're going to see a lot of May from Big Wall.
Absolutely. So would you expect that in kind of a brawly kind of comp, same as what we've seen Boris Beats Wave on?
I mean, there's two ways of playing May. There's this offensive May where you put your wall and then you rush onto the enemy team. But if the enemy team wants to rush onto you, you can quite often slow them down or split them up, which makes their brawl less effective. And especially as Boris Wave Beats is primarily a brawl comp from what we've seen, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a little bit more of a defensive May. But if they opt to also play die, or brawl, I should say, we're probably going to see the offensive May.
That would be quite exciting to see the difference between the two. I've personally already put my vote in for the map that I'd like to see, because I really want to see some Ilios. And it looks like a lot of chat is spamming that, along with Nepal. So we'll let our admins of production choose on the map as soon as possible, and we will get that going ahead. I personally want to see Ilios, because I want to see some aggressive Lucio play again, because I really enjoy seeing that.
Yeah, definitely. And from what we heard from Decay, he is really confident in himself and his team. So we're really going to see how that confidence is going to translate into their victory or into their loss. We're going to see.
But it looks like we are going into Nepal for our final control map of the day. So we've seen Nepal already, which I wonder if we're going to see anything slightly different, or if we're going to see the same kind of thing coming out from both teams.
Well, it's a bit of a especially here on Village. May is really good because there's only two entrances to point. If you wall one of them off, then they can't use that entrance for a really long time. Or if they're all funneling through that one exit, or entrance, I should say, then they're gonna get split up and you can quickly speed onto them. But maybe the May is a bait all along. Maybe we're not gonna see a May. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, we will find out. I'm hoping for some. We haven't seen, other than the Bastion from the first team we spec. We haven't seen much kind of cheesy stuff coming out. I'd love to see more of that. We do have sims showing from both teams here, but I imagine that is just to kind of get them to point that little bit quicker, which is so important, taking first control on these control points.
Yeah, I think both Mays are probably gonna swap off after the TP, but maybe they want to keep it. We'll see what the teams decide.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to go ahead into our final control map of the series. And we have TPs coming out from both teams to get them there quicker. And it looks like they're both sticking with the Symmetra, but one team's going for the high ground and one team's rushing straight to point. Who is going to win out on this? There's a defensive Maywall there just to allow Big Wall to get to point really nice and quickly. And Hysterics is fighting on point, but he's getting taken down and slowed by those turrets, and that's it. Hysterics is down, but there's a return pick onto the May. Are Boris Wave going to be able to get this? Yeah, Drink the trick, managed to get a pick onto the Reinhardt, and it's now 4 versus 4 on point. But we see Big Wall capping the point to start with, although Drink the Trick still getting a couple of picks. Are they going to... Hysterics is back. Is Hysterics going to be able to push onto this area with the trick and get the point back really early on? It looks like they might. Chipset is rushing in to try and stall the point and keep it in their favour, but he gets slept and he almost gets anti. That was a really nice shield. Hysterics gets an early nano out, and that is going to be it. That was a beautiful retake. That stalled out fight just meant that Hysterics would come back and absolutely roll in that aggressive Reinhardt that we love to see from them.
Yeah, definitely. One time got so much charge as a matcher, could just deal so much damage, but got way too overconfident, realizing they're not a Zarya. can't just run into the enemy team and try to beam them to death.
Look at the ult charge for the difference here. One Time has so much more ult charge and has done so much more damage than Viper already.
Yeah, but
we
that's
see
also no matter of this one.
We see a shatter attempted from Hysterics, but it goes straight into the shield of Chipset, and we see them falling. Chipset now has the shatter to come out, but Donna falls quite early to Bane. Hysterics is playing extremely aggressive here, gets frozen up and almost gets picked off, but somehow they survive, even with that beat coming out from both teams. Hysterics attempts a shadow, but it's charged out by Chipset, and Chipset manages to finish the kill onto Hysterics. Even though they're missing a Mei, they back off, because without that Mei, there's not as much they can do. They're rotating. They're going down to the low ground. Doesn't look like Boris Beat's Wave is expecting it, and they get a grab off onto Donna. The 3 ult coming out from Trick the Trick. That's a really nice pick onto both the people in the grab. It doesn't look like Big Wall are going to win out this fight.
No, Big Wall had the right idea in my mind. They got the Ryan, so they decided to, okay, we lost our Mei, we can't just run into them, so let's go on to point and then force them to fight on us. But Bane there just throwing off the grab and stopping them in their tracks, combined with the McCreel. Very clean.
Yeah, that was extremely clean, and we saw 2 melee kills from Decay, the confident Lucio player, so we're glad to see that. But we go back into the next fight, and we have Big Wall onto the point already, and they use an early Mei wall, and then there's a huge grab coming out. There we go, there's a huge fast strike, and Chipset is just swinging into that grab. He's got 4 kills, Natboy gets a final 1, but Chipset gets 5 kills, all because of that huge grab coming out from Donna.
Yeah, definitely. A Ryan that fire strikes and swings into a grab can deal so much damage.
And honestly, I think Chipset's had, this is their 3rd or 4th shatter already, and now they're going to hold up close, which is exactly where this Mei should shine.
Yeah, Hebrix is a really good Ryan player, but this Mei is just denying him so much space, not letting him push up and not letting him get the same kind of value.
And there's a Mei will come out, Decay falls to One Time, and One Time gets another 2 picks with their High Noon. We don't always see High Noon going for these huge pick plays, but it's working out so well. The aggression coming out, it's so good to see. As soon as that Mei wall goes up, their team goes right onto it.
Yeah, Hystrix is still playing very aggressively as we expect, but NL Diego, I don't know. But the Mei players, yeah, Diego is just finding so much value, just slowing him down, freezing him.
But we see a huge shadow come out from Hystrix. That was absolutely amazing to manage to get right past Chipset there. But it doesn't look like anyone else is there to follow up on it. Oh, as I say that, there's picks going back and forward. Hystrix falls to Chipset at the end, and it looks like they might actually hold this defense in spite of that huge shadow coming out. Trick the Trick goes for an aggressive play onto point, but it's going to get picked off by Zac along with the Zarya, and that's just not going to work out. Are they even going to be able to touch the point here?
I think so, but like in that fight, Boris will beat entirety of their team got Mei ulted except the Ryan, and the Ryan just couldn't find that much himself, but maybe that's not even necessary.
No, we see 2 picks come out from Donna onto both Viper and Decay, and that is a lot of the sustain and damage coming out from that team. And they get grabbed just off a point. There's no one that can touch. Trick the Trick manages to get a kill, but it's too late. The point is already lost.
Yeah, definitely. This Mei is really causing Boris Wave Beats a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. This Mei, we are seeing some big walls, shall we say, coming out from them.
Yeah, big walls from Big Wall. To be expected. It seems like their Mei player is very competent and is very good at finding these walls. Knows exactly that you don't always need to split 6 people off. You don't always need to get this really clean wall. Sometimes you just need to buy space for the rest of your team.
Absolutely. But we are now going into Sanctum, and we have a ball coming out on the side of Hystrix. We've seen this very briefly before, but it will be quite interesting to see how that works out on Sanctum.
Yeah, I don't think Hystrix can play Ryan into this Mei. It's quite detrimental to him, but Ball potentially can also get frozen up, and if he's alone in the backline, it might be quite hard for him.
We see Decay going for an extremely aggressive attack there, and then as soon as Hystrix goes in on that ball, the entirety of Big Wall turn around and absolutely destroy him. There was almost no point of him going there because he was just by himself. Trick the Trick managed to get a kill onto One Time. That's a really nice trade, but Boris Beats Wave are taking the point here. Oh, as I say that, Bane falls, and Big Wall want to take it back. Viper gets a late pick onto Zac, and the ball hit of Hystrix is running through the point. No one's capped yet. This is taking so long. The trick gets taken out by Natboy. The supports now want to get kills. Viper's still pressuring the tank off Chipset, and Hystrix is in the backline trying to get the backline on the Ana. But Chipset manages to charge them out of the way. The Ana of PogChamp falls, Decay does get a kill, but it's too late. The point does go to Big Wall.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think neither Rhine or Ball is the picks, but as I say that, Decay with the huge play.
That is exactly what they wanted to do, and I'm sure we will hear about that from them many times in chat and later. That was a really nice boot. And now they're 2 down. It's going to be difficult. Both Rhines fall down to the charges, and we have the duplicate coming out onto the Ana. What can the Ana do? Not much. Viper managed to get a kill with that Ana onto Chipset, and it looks like this might actually be a take for Boris Beats Wave.
Yeah, definitely. Decay's ego really showing off here. Really what the team needs right now. Needs someone with a lot of energy, someone who is really aggro and can just make these plays for his team when no one else can.
Absolutely, and it worked really well, but we see Chipset here going off angle a little bit, not where Boris Beats Wave expected it. We see an aggressive Mayout coming out, but yet another boot from Decay! God. That was 3 people! Where was he? We didn't even see him. He was just there booping, and that's so well played. Decay here really being the standout player as they expected.
Yeah, definitely. Decay came in here to talk to us and he said he'd do this kind of stuff, and he's delivering to his fans for sure.
Yeah, that was amazing, but they must know that Decay is looking for the exact same kind of boot, so they won't go the same way. We see a Mei wall coming out here, and a Grav coming out, but Hystrix goes for a Shadow, but it gets stunned out by the Mei. We see the High Noon come out from one time, and it breaks the shield, but nothing else. Hystrix get a pick onto one time, and Chipset takes out Hystrix. This is an extremely back and forth fight. Can we look to Decay here to get another boot? They almost boop out Chipset there, but it looks like Big Wall are on the point, and they want to cap. They manage it. Viper is still around, along with the McCree of Trick the Trick, but looks like Trick the Trick might get stalled out here because of this Mei pushing into them. Yeah, the Mei gets bubbled, and there's nothing McCree can do against that. But as soon as that bubble is gone, Viper comes in for a really nice pick, and without that Mei, they might stumble here.
Yeah, maybe. Seems like they found the kryptonite to the Mei. Seems to be the Lucio.
That was a big grab coming out from Bane, but then a counter shatter coming out, and we see Viper copying onto the Reinhardt as well, trying to get as many shatters as possible. Decay getting 2 picks in that fight. Decay must have gold elims at this point. They have so much damage onto the enemy team. Natboy manages to get a kill onto the enemy support of Decay, but the PogChamp Ana comes back to take out Natboy, and that is a flip over to Boris Beats Wave.
Yeah, it seems like all this time Boris Beats Wave has their own secret weapon, which seemed to be Decay. You may have the Mei, you might have your entire team named after the Mei, but we have Decay, who is just gonna keep playing these boops.
This team should be called Decay Beats Everyone at this point. He's looking for another boop here. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh no, he doesn't manage to get it, and he gets slept! That is a huge thing, and in the front line, Hystrix managed to take out Chipset. There's a Mail on point. Zaya has a bubble to get out, but can they save Hystrix here? No, it looks like Donna is going to manage to take them out. As I say that, a Nano comes in, and a big shadow comes out from Hystrix. They managed to take out Zac and Donna, although the kills are coming back from Natboy and Diego onto the enemy supports. Hystrix gets a kill onto the Mei and Ana. Bane manages to get a kill. Hystrix as well. Chipset kills Viper. It's just the Ryan and Zayas brawling on point, and that looks to be it. This is Boris Wave's beat taking the second round of this map.
Yeah, definitely very clean play here from Boris Beats Wave, finding their own win condition. Like, hey, if you want to play the Mei, if you want to play that super defensive comp, guess what? Half the map is just ledges.
Yeah, and although a Mei can be aggressive or defensive, whichever one you want, you can adapt to the situation. The pure aggression coming out with the aggression and the chaos that Decay manages to cause on this Lucio is, I think, actually carrying this team through that map.
I mean, for the most part, yeah, I don't think they're gonna find quite the same value on Lucio, since there aren't quite as many ledges here. But
no, but we do see Brawl come out from both teams. Viper is on the Symmetra to start with. Will they stay on it?
Seems so. They want the... Oh no, maybe not.
No, they switch over onto the Echo, which I think is quite good here. They do have a McCree to counter them on the other side, but now they're on point. This means the Echo can try and take some off angles and get a lot of spam damage in. We see Hystrix get walled off, but he manages to get around it. Diego's a little bit out of position here. We see a big anti onto Hystrix, and there's no bubble for him. He gets taken out because he was anti. One time does get taken out in return for it, but without that Reinhardt, it's going to be extremely difficult for Boris Beats Wave to win this fight.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Viper's trying to find picks in the back, I'm not sure if that's quite enough. He has found 2 so far, but I'm
Viper
not sure.
manages to take out the Reinhardt. This might actually be a retake. Viper's going extremely aggressive. There's only an Anno and a Mei left on the point. The McCree's coming back, and it's just the Mei. They managed to flip it after only 7 seconds of the point being capped. Or 8 seconds, sorry. They managed to flip it back. That is extremely quick and a really nice pushback because of Viper on that Echo.
Yeah, definitely. Even though the Rhine pushed in, that died really early, Big Wall could not end the fight fast enough. They kept chasing and chasing and chasing, and Viper just found these picks in their backline.
Exactly, and we see Chipset going low already, gets stunned up, and Viper just takes him down so quick. Hystrix uses a big shadow to get down 2 of the enemy team, and they just push forward. We get a duplicate there onto the Mei, but honestly, it didn't do as much as Hystrix did with that shadow.
Yeah, definitely. Just throwing out the Mei ult here as it's ending, but why not?
Yeah, and you know, as an Echo, it's not like it's a wasted ult. You might even manage to get a pick off of it. They didn't, but it was worth just throwing out just in case.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry. Hystrix getting walled off a little bit here. Gets charged, but he's under a lamp.
And there's a big anti, but he does get bubbled out of it, and he seems okay. There's a big shadow coming from Chipset right onto Hystrix. He just walks past him, manages to get a kill onto him, and then the Echo falls to Diego as well. There's a big grab, but a beat coming out from Zac to save them all from that grab. The stun actually kills PogChamp there, and looks like this is a retake coming out for Big Wall.
Yeah, Big Wall retake this, but even though they retake this, they didn't have to use too many ults. Like, they still have grab, they still have Mei ult, which is just such a deadly combo together.
What do you think Boris Beats Wave here can do to counter those ultimates?
Well, Decay does have his beat, but he can only really save you from one of those. If they use both in combination, there isn't gonna be a lot they can do.
We see an aggressive male coming out there from Diego, and Decay managed to get a beat off to save their Reinhardt, but that grab is going to cut them off, and the Mei wall being crucial. Bane managed to get 2 kills on the exit, but it looks like one time he's wanted to get another kill onto Decay. He doesn't manage to secure it, and it looks like he's going to boot away and potentially focus down here. He does. He's down. Decay is looking for these boots, and it looks like Chipset might be really low and could potentially die, especially with Hystrix coming back into this fight.
Yeah, definitely. But as this is going on, Big Wall still have control of the point, so they're gonna have to retake it and not give them any more percent.
Yeah, and Boris Beats Wave, it looks like they're going to manage to take this. There's only a Zio and a Mei on point, and at this point it is just stagger kills onto this Mei.
Yeah, definitely.
And we are almost even in the percentages. We have, what, maybe 2 fights coming out if Boris Beats Wave managed to keep the point for all this time.
I think we're kind of in last fight territory here. By the time everyone respawns, everyone makes it, it's gonna be last fight territory here at 80%.
And how do you think they can win with the ultimates? They have quite a few coming up.
They're gonna have to nano Chipset in or something. And just hope he finds a good shadow, but...
That's a big wall onto Hystrix, and that's exactly what they did, but there's a big anti coming out onto the enemy team. There's a big grab onto them, but there's a huge counter shatter just to stop them from progressing onto that grab. They might be able to retake this, especially with this Nano Zaya doing all this damage onto PogChamp.
Yeah, that's I'm not sure they needed that nano necessarily, but it's better to be safe than sorry when it's your last fight.
Yeah, but it does mean they only have potentially 1 ultimate, maybe 2 if they can build up this grab and this beat.
Yeah, but Brig, the trick, gets staggered here, so it's gonna be last fight territory for Boris Beats Wave too.
This is an extremely close match, and it's exactly what we wanted to see for our finals of the Pachimari Player Cup.
Yeah, definitely. Last fight territory here for both teams. But a lot more ults for Boris Wave, but they do have beats and they still have Mei ult, and they're coming up on grab. It's gonna be very
the
hard.
Mei ult to start with. This Reinhardt's nano, but he does get booted off the point, so that nano isn't going to do much. Viper managed to save their copy on that Reinhardt, and gets the shatter nice and early, but the beat does save them. Hystrix gets a kill, and Bane as well. A lot of people from Big Wall are falling. Viper gets a kill onto the enemy Reinhardt. They just managed to touch it the last second, but Big the Trick managed to get a kill onto Big the Wall, and it looks like this map is going the way of Boris Beats Wave.
For now it does seem so, but staggers are gonna come in. We see Moira, we see a ball, but not enough in the end.
That was so close. It was 99 to 99 on that last point, and it was 1-1 for the map for the rounds itself. What do you think went wrong at the end there for Big Wall?
I feel like Big Wall had this really high priority ult. They had, well, Mei ult, which can be enough if you use it properly. But the enemy team had so many defensive ults. They had their nano, they had Ryan who got all the bubbles, and he just did not die there.
Yeah, no, that was just. I'm honestly surprised that Decay didn't get the play of the game there, but I think it was really well played by both teams, and it was so close. I think this is going to be a really exciting match to watch for the rest of this evening.
Yeah, definitely. And we still, since this is a best of 5, we're gonna have a lot more maps to go potentially.
Yeah, so we could go on for a long time, and I think this is going to be set for a really exciting final match of the Pachimari Player Cup. We'll be back in just a second after a quick break. I will see you in a little bit. Oh, just before we go, which map would you guys like to see us go on to for payload?
Make sure to spam that in.
There we go. Thanks for waiting there. We are ready to go into our second map of this series of our best of 5 finals at Pachimari Player Cup.
Yeah, and it seems like the map of choice from the lovely people in chat was Junkertown.
Yeah, so we are going to go into Junkertown, which is the first time I think we're seeing this today, which could be quite exciting, especially because both teams seem to be playing a lot of Brawl.
Yeah, Brawl is not really favored on this map, so it's going to be really interesting. Like, it's mostly snipers and whatnot that are really good here. So we're going to see if the Mei player can potentially play something that isn't Mei. But you're about to find out.
Yeah, because I can't imagine Mei's going to be too useful here. There's not as many choke points, especially on first point, that the Mei can wall people off from. So I'm not sure if it's going to be as advantageous as it would be on other maps.
Yeah, you can potentially spawn camp with the Mei if you're on the defending team, but other than that, I don't see a lot of use for Mei.
No, but we do see a big wall come out on attack first, and they are hovering over this Mei to start with.
Yeah, they are, but they're also hovering the Widow, so I'm not sure those two are that good together, but we're about to find out, I guess.
And what do you think of this defense? We've got quite a brawly comp, other than this Hanzo.
I feel like this is fine. Like, the point of this comp is not necessarily to brawl. The point of the comp is to buy enough time for the DPS to find a lot of value. By that time, hopefully Zarya would have cycled a lot of bubbles, and it's just, you out-damage them at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. So it would be exciting to see what comes out here. We do have the Widow and the Mei coming out on the attack, and this Widow is just going to be looking for picks coming out onto this, probably onto Viper is what they're going to be looking for first. But Hystrix does get walled straight away, and there's no way that somehow he could escape from charging off the chipset, and that was it. As now both of these tanks are down, there's nothing they can do except back off. One time showing how dominant he is on this Widow as well, getting 2 picks late in this fight.
Definitely body shot warrior here, hitting all of the shots he needs to. And, well, Diego still showing that even though this map isn't Mei favorite, you can still make it work.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see both of these teams forcing Brawl, or their comfort picks almost. Although Decay is going quite aggressive here. They're looking for a kill onto this Lucio perhaps, or this Widow. They're so far away from the team, but Victor Fick was managing to make the most of the distraction coming out from that Lucio. They picked off the Zen and the Widow by themselves because they were so busy. Diego does use their Mei ultimate just to get rid of Viper and Vayne here, and Chipset attempts to get a shatter, but nothing comes out of it. Diego's pushing the cart, the rest of the team are coming back, probably to kill them. They're going to be the last one to die here. They're almost stalling themselves along with Donna.
Very long fight here. Diego just trying to 1v3 the enemy team.
Hey, their Mei seems to be pretty good, so if it works, it works. I'm excited to see if they can get this kill onto Decay.
And yeah, if that works, that works. That is true. But Decay is just stalling them for so long, and just letting the rest of his team find a lot of value, but as people start dropping one by one, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, honestly, and that was another wall from Diego, walling off the enemy Reinhardt, and that just let Chipset just walk all over them with that hammer. We see stagger kills onto Decay and Victor Trick here. They're going to get spawned quite far away, so they won't be able to hold too close on this defense.
Yeah, definitely. But we're gonna see how they translate that now, because Mei isn't that strong on... Or if you thought Mei was strong on first point, fine. But Mei really isn't strong on second map. There's too much verticality, too much high ground. So if anything, they're just trying to set up the Widow to try to carry the second fight. Or second
And
point.
we do have the walls coming out, so they know exactly where all of the enemy team are. And now the shield has dropped a point. There's no one to protect Vayne and Viper. We see a Mei ult coming out, but nothing actually gets picked because of it. But the counters with their McCree ult to kill Diego. Decay gets a pick onto Natboy, and Chipset is just trying to stroll right past the enemy shield. Both Reinhardt shatter, but it's Boris Wave that managed to actually make the most of their shatter, with the rest of the team pushing up onto it.
Yeah, Boris Wave seemed to send their Lucio in the enemy team's back. A bit of a interesting grab usage here.
Not sure what that grab was for. It looked like potentially the Mei, but didn't actually manage to get them either. So
yeah, they had such a lethal combo here with Grav and Dragon, but that's unlucky.
And Diego gets a pick onto Viper. This Mei is out sniping the sniper on the enemy team. This is extremely good play from Diego. You can see why that on the Mei. But now that's a big grab just to keep all of the enemy team off the point. And a lamp comes out, but the lamp is destroyed. Reinhardt goes for a flying charge onto PogChamp, and that's huge. We finally see the Hanselwalt coming on the point, but it doesn't actually get anyone. We see Chipset pushing in because Histoke has no shield, and a Mayot coming out just to try and confirm these kills onto the Zarya and the Reinhardt.
Doesn't seem
Bane.
like that quite enough for Boris Wave to win back.
No, I think the Hanselwalt was a little bit of a kind of a throw it and hope kind of thing there, because there was no way it was going to work. But that grab, it kept everyone off of the point, and it gave them chance to push onto the enemy team. And that flying charge, I really like that.
Yeah, definitely. That was really interesting, and finding the pick onto the Baptiste or Lucian, not exactly remember, but we're gonna see a bit of brawling action and just...
We see a big shadow coming out from Chipset. How did he do that just underneath the shield of Hysterics? That was absolutely insane. Donna is just cleaning up on all of the space created by Chipset here, who was just walking through all of the enemy team.
Yeah, Chipset finding such a huge shatter and just using that to charge the rest of his teams almost up on Grav now, almost up on Mailed, almost up on everything, quite frankly.
Yeah, and they're pushing onto final point, potentially last fight, maybe 2 more fight territory, with 3 minutes 30. And on Junkertown, that's a lot of time.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, this flanking behavior is still going on there. Decay and... Oh, that's fine, the pick.
Yeah, they managed to get a pick because of it, but Brig the Trick comes out from behind as well, manages to get a pick onto the opposing Baptiste, but Donna, yet again, just cleaning up on this Zarya. They are so good at getting their charge up and making the most of that charge, getting all of the kills. Diego does fall to the Dragon Strike of Viper, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is pushing, and Viper's sure to die there on that Hanzo.
Yeah, definitely. We see emergency picker, we see the emergency ball, they're trying to stall this out, but he does not get the foul drive in.
No, he gets stunned out, and Bane is grabbed up by Donna. We see Brig the Trick taking out one time whilst they were in their high noon. That's a big pick, and Decay uses their beat just to try and keep everyone alive in this final fight. They might actually be able to take this if they can get rid of Chipset here, which they do. They managed to get rid of Chipset. It's just Diego left on point.
And for now, that is the case. They're gonna hold them for now, which is good.
Yeah, that was an extremely nice last fight there, and it just saves them from losing too early, because especially on Junkertown, if the enemy team has 3 minutes left, you're scared at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But they see a bit of a swap here to break. Potentially they want to close out the brawls a little bit faster, just fully brawling into them.
Yeah, they don't have a Lucio to go with it, so they can't speed as much, but I think this Brig might also be useful for the enemy Tracer, although they get grabbed up really early. There's a lamp there to keep them alive all the way through it, but Viper gets rid of it. We see Chipset looking for a kill onto the enemy team, but Diego gets yet another early pick onto Brig the Trick. This is amazing play by Diego. Hystrix is now just cornered there by the entirety of the enemy team. Diego goes for an ult onto the back of point, just to try and keep everyone off. PogChamp gets frozen up by it, and it looked like Diego just waved at them there. Viper comes back to point to attempt to get a stall, but there's not much they can do. As soon as they get the Hystrix here, one of these squishies is going to have to come to point to contest.
Yeah, and squishies get dropped really fast when there's a lot of people looking. Potentially McCreal does find the pick.
Yeah, that is a really big material, because Donna has been one of the main damage dealers coming out for Big Wall. But with all the picks coming out from one time from Diego, and with this amplification matrix and a shatter, that's going to be it. There's no way the Boris Beats Wave can hold this any longer.
No, I don't think so. And they finish with almost a minute remaining. Pretty respectable time.
Yeah, no, that's still a really nice time. Junkertown is quite a long map, and there's a lot of opportunity to stall up on this map. So that's a really respectable time, and I'm excited to see how well it works out for them going into the defense, if they do as well as they did on the attack.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see, maybe they're gonna switch some things around, seeing what both teams run, but we're gonna see if they maybe works better on defense, which what I was expecting, but if they can make it work on attack, they can probably make it work on defense, I think.
Yeah, and honestly, Diego's extremely good at it. There's, like, it's not just the walls, it's the snipes. They have an extremely good use of the right click on May, which is so nice to see. But we have a potential Farah coming out here from Viper, which actually I think that might be a good idea, because that spam damage can take down a couple of the enemies. As long as one time misses a couple of shots, or at least hits the body and PogChamp can heal it up, this Farah could work out.
Definitely could. It's just about the right execution, playing it properly. but as they have a Widow on the enemy team, that might get shut down very fast.
So would you say that's the win condition here for the defense of Big Wall?
Yeah, or not necessarily it's their win condition. They're gonna try to give this Widow as much space as possible to try to deal with that pharmacy. But the main win condition, as always, is the Mei.
Well, we see the Widow take a couple of shots at the Pharah, but the Pharah is now spamming into the Widow. One time gets extremely low and has to grapple away, but we see a brawl out on point. Here we see Chipset. He does get antied, but he's pushing so aggressively he might almost die. He manages to somehow survive. As I say that, Viper gets behind them, manages to kill the Rhine and the Widow. That's two extremely important parts of this defense gone. As soon as Donna falls here, that's going to be it.
Yeah, definitely. Even if Donna doesn't fall, they're just gonna get staggered out.
Yeah, there we go. Like you said, that stagger is going to be so important because without those Zarya bubbles, it's so difficult for the Reinhardt to survive. That boy here might get staggered on this Brigitte too, as the Reinhardt's just charging towards them.
Yeah, so
they
far,
managed to get out.
Yeah. But the Widow is not really dealing with the Pharah well enough. She's just finding so much value. A bit less up to McCree here. Potentially can put on a lot more damage onto the Pharah.
Yeah, it's a lot more consistent damage, but Viper is going extremely aggressive here, trying to get rid of the Kree. Potentially too aggressive, gets stunned up, and actually falls. Pogchamp is now stuck behind enemy lines as Mercy, and the two Reinhardts are so split. Decay does get frozen up by the male of Diego, but Drink the Trick manages to take that back onto Diego there. Hystrix is really low in the front line and gets taken out by Chipset and Donna. This is such good aggression coming out from Donna. They're antied, but honestly, I don't think there's anything Drink the Trick and Pogchamp here can do to save their attack.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Viper was putting in a lot of damage in the first fight, they seem to have recognized that somewhat and not letting him find as much value, playing these more defensive angles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been really nice play from the Mei especially. Like, they managed to get so many off angles with this wall and confuse so many people, but Viper has their ultimate here of Barrage, and they managed to take out the Mei really early. Drink the Trick used their High Noon to try and get a kill. Viper saves Drink the Trick from potentially getting killed. They used Barrage quite far away from the enemy lines just to confirm that final fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure they necessarily absolutely needed to use that, but if I were them, I'd still use that. It guarantees that there's going to be no re-engage, no recontest, and since Big Wall can recontest and re-engage so quickly and so efficiently, it's going to be quite hard for them.
And that's such an unfortunate early pick coming out from Viper. Diego goes down early, and that's the Mei gone. The Mei rules, the entire point of this team's name is gone. So it's going to be so hard for them to defeat defend now. But they switch onto the Widowmaker. They now have 2 hit scans to counter this Pharah.
I mean, you gotta bring out what's necessary. Viper's putting in a lot of damage. You can see Viper's also almost permanently discorded, so hopefully for Big Wall, not gonna exist for that long.
That's a really nice pick from one time, one to Drink the Trick, and a huge grab coming out from Donna. Hystrix has nothing they can do there to survive that. They fall, but they have ultimates that they can come back with on this attack. Pogchamp manages to get a kill onto Diego. We love to see the Battle Mercy taking out the Widowmaker here.
Yeah, definitely, and especially since Diego's such a high tier player, it hurts that much more losing to Mercy.
And Diego does actually switch back onto the Mei here. Maybe they just feel ashamed that their Widowmaker got taken out by the enemy Mercy.
Perhaps, or maybe he wants to, well, repay Mercy the favor, but we'll see how that goes for them.
We will, and we have a lot of ultimates potentially coming out here. We have a nanoed Pharah coming in, but they get taken out so early in the fight, along with the McCree. That's a big grab coming out from Bane. The impact field keeps him alive, and Natboy actually gets a kill onto Hystrix. This might turn it around for them.
Yeah, definitely. The DPS were still on the high ground. Not a lot of people were cut out in the grab, but the people who were cut out, they were mostly tanks with an immortality field. They're never gonna die.
Yeah, that was honestly just unfortunate that that's how it worked out. They should have cleared that high ground beforehand.
But Decay, yet again, finding a pick on Natboy for some reason. And now with no trance for a few seconds, they can potentially pull the trigger on Shatter or Barrage.
Yeah, and I think that's what we were saying. Viper's coming in for an ult. They managed to pick up one time before they even used Barrage here. Hystrix might be looking for a Shatter up in the front lines as they're swinging right onto Chipset, trying to get their shield down. The Barrage comes out, kills Zac, but the Trans is there to save them. Mei does die. And that's really unfortunate. They weren't in that Transcendence, and Drink the One Trick takes out McCree right at the end.
Yeah, when Mei is such a big win condition player, you can't let the Mei fall this often. I think they need to play a little bit more defensively, wait for the walls to actually come out and then go onto it. Since this defensive placed level, let's just back off, wait, and just hope they don't snowball onto us doesn't seem to be working too well.
No, it doesn't, and we're coming to final point. Do you think Mei can be a little bit more useful here?
Well, it depends. Like, they're still finding this damage over range, while Mei wants to either run into you or you running into them, but for the most part, that's not what's happening at all.
And we've got a Nano Viper here. Nano Viper is going to be extremely powerful and getting so many picks with this Pharaoh. And as I say that, they get taken out. We might get a res here coming out from PogChamp, potentially not, as they think this fight is lost. They actually get Big Wall here to use the Mail to take out Hystrix, and that's quite an important ultimate out for the defense.
Yeah, definitely. But they're still holding for now, so that's something. But they have a lot of ults coming up now. 5 ults, and they're gonna try to hold that for as long as possible, having doubled the time bank so far. But by the time they push, it's gonna be very similar time bank, I'd say, if they win this fight.
Yeah, they'll have to win the next 2 fights in order to get even a similar time bank here. And with 5 ultimates on the defense coming out, that's going to be so difficult to do.
Definitely here. They're gonna have to make something work, and well, that's gonna make it work finding a pick onto the screen.
But that is such a huge shadow coming from Hystrix, especially along with that the High Noon from Triple Trick. Hystrix is going to have to keep on walking, but Chipset gets a brilliant counter shatter onto both the tanks, and at this point, Donna is just going to be able to clean up along with Chipset on Bane here. Bane is just going to get staggered so badly.
Yeah, it was a very nice attempt on Big Frig the Trick here to keep finding these flanks as he's been doing almost the entire game, but it's not really finding that much that often.
But what is Decay doing? Decay managed to get a pick onto the enemy team again. Even on the Ana, they are showing that they have this incredible playmaking capability. And the attack here, they do have a couple of ultimates to work with.
Yeah, and you can see just how much value these ults are finding too.
But as we say that, One Time manages to go just behind. It's really unfortunate Decay missed their sleep on One Time, and they managed to get 5 kills in that fight, all starting with that High Noon that was a brilliant flank coming out.
Yeah, definitely. One Time showing that he can also do these flanks. He can also find this amount of damage on McCree.
Absolutely, it was... Decay did go for a sleep there, but it just didn't work. They just missed, and Viper goes in extremely aggressively and gets picked. That's going to be a really unfortunate stagger, because without that Echo, there's not much upfront damage.
Yeah, definitely. Echo really needs to contribute to that a lot more.
But we see a really aggressive Mail and a grab inside the Mail just to try and counter. That's a big anti-command from Decay, and Hystrix's Nano. They might actually be able to win this fight on the attack. Viper manages to touch the point and start pushing. Brings Trick kills out One Time, but it's just Echo on point against this Xayah. I think they might die really early here. Can anyone touch?
I think they can, but it's gonna be close. Oh, they can't touch.
They can't. That was a huge grab coming out from the end there, and Big Wall takes the second map.
Well, that's 1-1. This is turning out to be a lot more interesting game than I started out thinking.
Yeah, this is really exciting to see how close these two teams can be.
Yeah, definitely.
We see the player of the game come out from One Time here, and although he's using a lot of this right click, it was so well played to go in the back there, and that was just huge play from him.
Yeah, definitely. Really well played by him there. Just finding the damage that his team needed.
Absolutely. We have a question in chat asking if this is the finals. This is the finals of the Pachimari Player Cup here. So it is going to a best of 5. So we will potentially see 5 maps here coming out as we move on to our next one. I think the next map type is hybrid. So if everyone in Twitch chat can choose a hybrid map for the next round, then that would be amazing to see. We have a lot of King's Row already, so it looks like we might be going to King's Row, as is I feel like it's tradition now with Pachimari.
Yeah, I think tradition is a good way to put it. But the thing about King's Row is it doesn't really play into Boar's Wave beats like strength, I'd say. Like, it's a good comp since they really like Brawl, but the Mei is just so vital to making King's Row work. And as long as they don't pull some Bastion TP shenanigans, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be going to King's Row for this. We have a couple of people wanting Numbani, but with the amount of people saying King's Row, I think we will be going there. So as we go into King's Row, you're expecting the May come out from Big Wall.
Yeah.
With probably the rest of the brawl coming out for them. Boris Wave Beats. Have we seen a May from them before?
I don't think we've seen a May from them. I might have missed that in that case. They don't seem to like playing it that much. But maybe they'll be forced to match it here.
Yeah, maybe. And we are ready to head into the third map of this series as we are 1-1. Are you expecting Big Wall to win out here because of the May on King's Row?
I think they have the advantage map-wise, but I don't think that necessarily means that they're going to win this map. If Boris Beats really plays this well, and if they realize their win condition, if they see that, okay, this comp beats them even though they're running May, I feel like they can make it work. But they really have to dig deep and try to find something for that to work.
Do you think there's anything specific that they can do? Because we've seen quite a variety of comps coming out from them over the last 2 matches we've seen them.
I could definitely say ball is not it, at the very least. So if you can somehow telepathically communicate with me, Hysterix, don't go for the ball, please.
And it looks like they heard you. Somehow they are picking the Reinhardt. Oh, it's weird. They're picking Brawl on King's Row defense. What is going on?
This is very strange. It's not often you see Brawl on King's Row. It's a weird comp, quite frankly. We see something more familiar to what we're used to seeing here. We see a Widow, we see a Zen. It's quite common.
Yeah, so on the attack, I don't know if this Widow will stick, but they're definitely going to look for an opening pick. If any of the squishies manage to peek past that hotel corner, they might get taken out here by one time.
Maybe. We'll see. One time has shown himself to be a good hitscan player, so maybe that's just exactly what they need.
Yeah, maybe, and it looks like they're actually going to come out on the Widowmaker. They're going aggressive for a peek here, but they don't manage to find anyone because of the shield of Hystrix. All of Big Wall are rotating around the statue here, and they attempt to wall off someone, but it doesn't work. And the counter wall comes out. Chipset is just walled off from the rest of his team, and there's no one that can save him. Donna here is going to get staggered out, and that was a really, really nice defense of the first attack.
Yeah, definitely finding a lot of value here. Starting off from that one pick early on and just snowballing to the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I think it all came off the back of this slightly misplaced Maywall from Diego, because the Maywall coming out from Viper was so much better. Hystrix gets slept, but that was their chance. If they had damage in there, they could have pushed. But there's another huge Maywall onto Chipset. He gets mauled off from the rest of his team, and there's a big anti. But the rest of his team comes around to save him, and they might have just saved him here. Hystrix is pushing quite aggressively, but Victor Fit does get taken out by Diego. We're seeing Diego getting so many early picks here. Chipset is pushing, but gets mauled off yet again, gets charged, and that is it. As soon as that Reinhardt is down, there's not much that you can see like working out for the attacking team.
Yeah, definitely. You can see this Mei, which we haven't really seen from Viper before, I'm pretty sure. Just showing that he can find just as much value on it, and just as much damage as Diego can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is absolutely huge Maywalls coming out from Viper. It's really, really nice play, and it's winning them these defense. They've already burned off 2.5 minutes off of this clock.
Yeah, definitely.
You see a Maywall coming out.
Here, defensive wall being used.
But Victor Fit gets a pick onto Zac, and we see a big aggressive Mayot coming out onto Bane. But we have a Zen diagram with Mayots here. Don is going to get taken up, as is Chipset. This is the defense holding on yet again, although there are picks coming out on the other side. We have one time as a Hanzo behind, but they don't actually get many picks other than the McCree. So the Lucio is probably going to go cart them back, and then we will see if they manage to get back in time for this fight.
Yeah, we're gonna see, but they're about half the time bank is gone, but they do not have a lot of ults coming in, while Boris Wave Beats have a lot of ults they can use to win this fight.
But we see a huge Maywall from Diego that time. They managed to take a bunch of it, and Hystrix just goes down immediately. A beat comes out, and a flanking High Noon comes in and manages to get a kill on Chipset. Without Chipset, he keeps on falling first, and that's so unfortunate, because without that Reinhardt, you can't push in, you have no way to push in behind the rest of your team. One time does get a nice pick onto Rig the Trick there at the end of the fight, so they are going to have to get taxied back by by the Lucio of Decay. So we've got to see if Big Wall can push nice and early before that McCree gets back.
We're gonna have to see about that. There's only 1 minute remaining, so it's 2-fight territory right there. They're gonna really have to make it work.
The Dragon comes in trying to split up the enemy team, and Hystrix does get cut off from the rest of his team, but Natboy in the back does get killed, and we see a huge Mei ult here just coming off to block off the choke. These kills are so back and forth, we can't even tell who's going to win. Bane must get killed, Decay gets a kill. Is Decay going to win? No, because Bane gets taken out. We have Donna on the point. Trick and Kangaroo both get kills, but Don gets yet another kill on Trick. They just keep on falling so late in this fight. The attack, they keep on pushing? They do. Hystrix is back to the defense though, and that's going to be extremely difficult for them to push in without the rest of their team.
We have nothing so far, but the male taking that's just gonna split them off so hard. Chipset falls yet again.
Honestly, I think Chipset falling so early in all of these fights is just so unfortunate. Because without the run out, they now have 10 seconds left to even get a tick on this point, and a huge shadow comes out from Hystrix on the enemies, and that's going to be it. It's going to be so tricky for them to even touch the point here if they can. Diego tries, but they don't make it. They were so close on that Mei.
Well, this is quite a performance from Boris with Wave. This is kind of what I said. Even though they have the really good Mei player, it doesn't mean they necessarily win the map. And
Yeah.
now that I think, actually, we have Konkuro here swapping in or subbing in for support, which was the main tank for a team here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so I think it was PogChamp had to leave for some reason. So Kunkuro's come in to fill in for them for this final couple of matches. And it looks like that might have been part of the difference maker. It seemed to work quite well, but I think Viper, for me, has been playing so well on that Mei to cut off the enemy team.
Yeah, Viper has really been putting on a performance here, showing that Diego might be a really good Mei, but I'm also a really good Mei, and I'm gonna show why through my amazing Mei play we can still win into you.
Absolutely, and all they need to get now is a single tick on this first point in this push. So we're going to have to see a perfect defense coming out just in the hopes of a draw, because it's now impossible for Big Wall to win.
Yeah, definitely. So either way, we're either gonna see a 2-2 on the map score, or we're gonna see a 2-1. So it's gonna be interesting.
Exactly, and we see them come out on the same kind of thing. We have one time on the hands though, trying to get some early picks, and the rest of the team on quite a typical draw comp, but with a Brigitte here instead of a Lucio.
Yeah, definitely. They're gonna see if they can maybe wall someone off before they go with this hunt on the high ground. It's gonna make that a little bit difficult for them.
And we see an early pick and a brilliant wall coming out, and that just means Trick dies, and Hystrix has to have the lamp used just to save him. Chipset's just strolling into them, swinging his hammer, trying to get his ultras up, trying to get a kill. There's another big Mei wall here. It's just going to cut off Bane and the rest of his team. But that's a huge wall from Viper. They managed to get over the opposing Mei wall using their own Mei wall. That's such good usage from Viper there of that Mei.
Yeah, Viper really shown that he can also put in the work and just sniping Chipset out.
And Chipset falling first yet again, that's going to be so detrimental to this defense, because without the Reinhardt, there's nothing in the front line that can handle the aggressiveness of the enemy team. And that's it. That was a really, really quick take from Boris Weave Bates.
Yeah, it seems like that thing that I telepathically told Hystrix that he had to find some kind of comp that just hard stomps them that isn't the ball. It seems like that message went through really well.
Yeah, and we're going quite far into these finals to talk about the MVPs and the MVP candidates at the very least on both teams. Who do you think it would be for Big Wall now?
Well, Big Wall, I still feel like Diego is an MVP candidate for sure. He's been consistently performing well, even though on some maps they're getting rolled, like on King's Row right now. He's still finding damage. He's still finding everything that he needs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've been playing so well, especially through the early maps. We saw a couple of mistakes there on King's Road, but it happens, and they played so well earlier on. So I think Diego's a brilliant pick for an MVP candidate. What about on the opposing team on Boris Wave Beats?
I feel like both Hystrix and Decay get my vote for the most part. Like all the players on Boris Wave Beats are very good players, but Hystrix and Decay have just consistently been finding so much value and so much damage, and just all the time clutching out for their team or their respective teams.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Hystrix is pushing so aggressively, and again, we saw this in the last tournament that we hosted. Aggressive Rhine play that's backed up by the enemy teams is so useful, and it's working so well for this team. I do think Viper might be in contention for that as well, because they are playing so well on that May, especially in that last map.
I mean, yeah, the fact that he's just not even matching Diego, but he's finding a lot of the time more value than Diego on May. It just shows that he's also a very talented player. It's just on a team where everyone is talented, it's hard to distinguish a few players.
Yeah, it is, and I think we hopefully have a couple more maps. So we're going on to Assault next. So we are coming from just the competitive map pool, so we can't go for Paris or Horizon, I'm afraid, chat, as I know some of you have been spamming for a little bit for Paris, and unfortunately we don't have that. But which 2CP map, which Assault map do you want to come in for the next one? We are not having Paris.
You'd rather not Paris, but we'll see what Twitch chat chooses.
Yes, we will. And I'm quite interested to see what we go here, because I think if there's a good May map potentially, then we might see quite an easy win coming out with Viper's really good May.
Yeah, definitely. And Viper, quite frankly, on the May, getting a lot of value a lot of the time, especially when there's another really good May in the lobby. And it's really stressing both main tanks this May, but it seems like Chipset hasn't quite gotten used to being punished, quite frankly, by a May before. While Hysterix has been punished for an entire map, or almost 2 maps. So he has gotten a bit more used to it.
Absolutely. So we are going to head into some analysis in just a second, but we'll go for a quick break just so we can get that set up for everyone. So we'll see you in a minute. Hi, and welcome back. Sorry for that quick little break there. We will be going into some analysis of that Kings Row game, and just to see how how that fight and how those fights actually came to be such a big difference maker compared to the other maps that were quite close.
Like for the most part, they have very similar comps. So for the most part, they want to do the same thing. But Boris's team here, they don't want to take this initial poke, which is really good for them. So take this a really long off angle. And since they want to be in the enemy team's face a lot more than the enemy team wants to be in their face, this is really good for them. And even though they have this Hanzo on the high ground, who does find a pick here, I'm pretty sure they ultimately win this fight, don't they?
Which fight is this? Is this the first attack from?
Oh yeah, okay. No,
Boris
maybe
Beats?
not. Oh yeah, this was it. Right here. Yeah, this is what I wanted to highlight. This was quite a play. Like Diego finding a really good wall right here. Splitting the entirety of the enemy team up with Viper being on the sideline here and seeing his entire team just trapped to death here. Decides to do one of the biggest brain plays I've seen in this tournament so far. Walls his team up and over the wall so they can just mosey their way out of there, making sure they don't get any more ult charge than is absolutely necessary, and they can just re-engage this fight afterwards. Finding a pick on Chipset, who was so overextended trying to get value onto that wall, which is almost guaranteed.
Absolutely, that May wall just to get them over the top was so well played. Like we saw that in the game, and going into it there, they probably would have died if they hadn't done that, right? Their whole attack would have been stopped.
Not only would their entire attack have been stopped, they wouldn't have found that same pick on Chipset, who just absolutely thought that that would be enough to just run in here. If we watch how they play this, they get this wall off, and that's just a signal for them to go all in. But when they go all in, they just pop over the wall, and there's nothing they can do. Now on the way back, they're in a really weird position now, where they should have found a lot more value than they have to.
Yeah,
and when the
absolutely.
destroyed from Chipset, they just have to back off, but they cannot back off fast enough as Chipset just gets absolutely melted by Viper.
Do you think it would have been a bit different if they'd had a Lucio on that defense?
I think so. If you had Lucio, you could have like done this really long flank. Like if they got caught out here by that thing and their barrier started breaking, they could have sped out technically. They would have had time to do that for the most part. But as they had the brig, they couldn't quite do the same thing. And as the enemy team had the K on Lucio, they could just speed into them really fast and just swing into them and die. It wasn't great.
So once again, I'm sure Decay will be will love to hear this, but it's a Lucio diff. Once again, coming out in full force here. Then.
Yeah, definitely a Lucio diff. But Brig could have potentially found a lot more value if they decided to brawl them, but this defensive playstyle that they implored just didn't quite pay off. And when they didn't want to play defensive, when the wall here came up, they just didn't find the same kind of value where they could run in, because they ran in, didn't find any value because of this wall by Viper, just pushing them over and leading his team to safety.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was brilliant play, and we love to see that kind of thing coming on. I hope everyone enjoyed that, and if anyone else saw any other specific clips that they really enjoyed, let us know. Tell us where it was, and we can go and look for some analysis on that later on today. Also, if you see any big plays, like we've seen a lot of big plays, especially from one time earlier on that McCree, make sure to clip them, send a link in the chat, and we can definitely have a look at that all later. So everyone in chat, thank you. And I'm hoping everyone's been spamming some 2CP maps. It looks like Anubis has been said quite a lot. So if anyone else hasn't said what they want, go spam it in the chat and we can have a look at that going in for potentially the last map of this series.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like Boris has really gotten the hang of what they need to do so far. So maybe they can keep doing that. Or maybe Big Wall can come up with something to counter their counter.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I think especially if we go something like Hanamura, I think the May coming out from Viper could be so useful to just potentially full hold there again.
Yeah, it really depends, but we'll see. We'll definitely see about that.
But for now, we will head on to another quick break just to get everything sorted with the teams, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. welcome back. Sorry for that quick break, but we are here again to go into our next potentially final map of this series.
Well, yeah, potentially last map indeed. It just depends on how the teams learned, since both teams have run into, well, almost kryptonite, you could say. Both teams just get hard countered by something, it seems.
Absolutely, they're just going kind of back and forth in these maps, and it's quite exciting to watch. But we are going into Anubis as our fourth map of this series.
Yeah, definitely. And on Anubis, there can be a lot of things played. I'm hoping to see Viper on Megan, since that seemed to work really well. But maybe they have some counter to it. Maybe they have practiced some really weird dive comp that they're gonna play into it. But we'll see.
We will. I'm personally expecting or hoping to see some Genji coming out because I love seeing Genji on Temple of Anubis. I think it's one of the kind of classic maps to see with Genji on, and I quite enjoy that. But it looks like the defense is coming out on their typical Brawl comp. They trust that they can do well on this and that they'll be able to win it all out with that.
Yeah, definitely. But so far, the attacking team can still change what they're playing for the most part. So we're gonna see if they're gonna stick to what they know or if they're gonna swap off entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, if Boris Beats Wave do win this map, then that is it. They have won the entire series and they are the winners of our Player Cup. And here we go. We see the attacking team rolling out on their typical Brawl comp with their Hanzo on one time, because one time is really good. They use a brilliant wall there just to try and get through the choke first without taking too much spam damage. And we see Donna right at the front of this, taking a lot of the brunt of the damage. There's a wall coming from Viper, but it doesn't actually get as much as they'd hope so. And you see Chipset and Hystrix just swinging into each other, trying to get as much damage as they can.
Yeah, definitely. But they're pushing up into Viper's territory now. Viper finds a good wall here, like this. Oh boy, even though he finds a good wall, Hystrix just falls.
Yeah, Hystrix just falls from the onslaught of damage coming out from the attack. Donna is so good on this Zarya to get all the charge up, and as soon as the charge up, Donna gets so much damage into the enemy Reinhardt.
Yeah, they were just cycling through these bubbles while it seems like Boris were just trying to get the wall up. And when that wall hits, it wasn't enough, as that charge on the Zarya just melted through the wall and everything else.
Yeah, and that was a single fight win just to get past the first choke here on Temple of Anubis, and we're going on to the second point. But we've switched onto a Pharaoh here for Viper. They might not be expecting this, or where the Pharaoh is at least.
Maybe not, but I think more they're just trying to slow the comp, and if they're just piling on, a Pharaoh can find a bit of an off angle, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that amplification matrix coming out, they have to be so careful if they're going to peek around that choke. And Chipset gets a nano. This nano could be crucial to try and get a kill here onto Hystrix. The Mayon comes out, but it doesn't actually find anything.
Fortunately, no, it seems like this is just Big Wall's game to win. They're finding all the kills, but Viper's not dying.
Yeah, Viper manages to die right at the end there, decays the last one alive to try and contest. Hystrix does. He gets beaten just as he was about to die from that charge from Chipset. And here we see the contest go on for potentially a long time, especially with this Matriarch coming out. They get one time. That's such a big pick. And Decay taking out Diego is another huge one. Viper's about to take out their Reinhardt here. And they actually managed to stall out this push.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like the Pharaoh works if you just give Pharaoh enough space, and with the support abilities being used here, both Beat and Lamp, just to keep this ball alive as long as possible. Seems to work.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see everyone switch back to that original comp, which means we lose out on some ult charge from Hystrix, Bane, and Donna. They're all reset back to 0.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there anything you expect to see here? We have a barrage coming out from Viper.
I'm expecting them to pull the trigger on this really fast, because you can't really let the attacking team get in your face. Or when they do so, you really need to stop them from being in your face as fast as possible, and the barrage is a really good way of guaranteeing that happens.
Chipset gets walled off, but Hystrix gets stuck in the dragon. That is a huge lamp to try and save their Reinhardt. But Chipset does get nanoed here, and this nanoed Reinhardt is going to get so much damage onto Hystrix, especially with Donna in the attack as well. That is huge. That was really, really well played from all of the attack there, just to completely separate enemies. Decay does manage to touch, but there's not much they can do as they fall, and that is still a relatively quick attack on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is kind of what we saw from Boris and King's Row, but it seems like team comps just have their own strength, and it seems like the attacking team this time found a lot more value.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fire switch from Viper was pretty good to try and suppress the attack, but it wasn't going to work forever.
Yeah, definitely not forever, but if you can make it work for an extended amount of time, it's usually a pretty good idea. I feel like they should have kept the ball, maybe since the Rhine wasn't working as much.
Yeah,
But
I agree with that. And the ball is good for just kind of touching point, running away, stalling, and causing chaos. And once there's a lot of chaos in the match, it's quite difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, definitely. The Historics, I think he took what I said about the ball and took it a little bit too literally. Like, you do not play ball, whatever happens. Ball has his weaknesses, he has his strengths. But for the most part, into May, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming on to the defense here, we do have the May again, as we expected from Diego. It seems like they've played May almost the entire time of this tournament. But we have one time on this Ashe. What are they going to be doing here to try and stop this attack?
I feel like they're going to use this dynamite to like poke them out really hard. And during their rotation is when they're at their weakest, for the most part. And if they cannot get to them at full health, it's going to be really annoying.
Viper does the exact same May wall to try and stop the attacks and the spam coming in, but there's a huge May wall coming out from Diego to stop them pushing into that room on the left hand side so quickly. We see Hystrix coming up here, and this is almost a mirror image of exactly what was happening last time. That May wall from Diego unfortunately doesn't actually cut anyone other than Decay off, and Decay's too high up in the walls to be able to get them. Both May walls have now been used, and we see the lamp coming out both lamps right in the middle, and this is just a huge brawl on the point. Hystrix gets antied, and that's a big wall from Diego, just to cut off the entirety of the team from both tanks, and the tanks fall.
Yeah, but Break the Trick was behind enemy lines for most of that. He got in, forced the Ashe back, and then just spammed them in the back, but it doesn't seem like that was quite enough damage.
Yeah, although the McCree's good when they're behind, it doesn't seem like they do enough damage to really cause too much of an effect.
Yeah, I feel like an Echo could have maybe done a little bit more.
And we see the exact same thing here. There's a big wall coming out from Diego just to stop that immediate push in there, hope to try and get the thing. And Break the Trick on the McCree is looking for yet another flank. This is really splitting the defensive team up here.
Yeah, definitely, you can see Ashe is forced to play on the high ground here, while Break the Trick is just finding a lot of damage in.
That was a big wall coming out from the attacking side, trying to cut off the tanks, but it didn't work. Baptiste has his exo boots, and as soon as he uses them, he can put the lamp down and save Chipset and Donna from certain doom.
Yeah, definitely. And now, a lot of ults coming up for both teams here. This is gonna be what we usually refer to as a clown fiesta of ults.
It's almost like being back in Goats, but we have Viper coming out back on the Pharaoh. This seems to be a bit of a comfort pick for when things aren't working out.
If it works, don't fix it. And a big pick coming out here. Mail trying to be used to turn it while the Ashe is down. Seems like it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, that was honestly really nice. And I've got to say, Hystrix with that Fire Strike, that was such a huge way to take out over at one time there. Because that was through that replication matrix, and Fire Strike one-shots 200 HP heroes when it goes through that, and they just sniped the enemy sniper as Reinhardt. But Viper does get taken out by Natboy. It's not just Decay that can do damage on the supports here, and we have Break the Trick already up on the high ground. Both Reinhardts go down, and Hystrix is antied. As soon as Hystrix is antied there, that's so risky. He doesn't have a Zaya bubble to save him, so he's going to die. Break the Trick on the McCree is still on this high ground, trying to survive. It looks like they're going to get taken out here though by this Zaya. And no, it's Natboy getting yet another pick on that Ana.
Natboy showing that he's kind of like Decay, he can also find a few picks every now and then.
Yeah, and we love to see that. I love to see when supports are getting these picks, because it's not always the DPS that make these flashy plays.
Yeah, definitely not.
And we see Viper now has Pika on a Mercy here, just to pocket them and help them survive whilst they're trying to build up this barrage. It looks like they're going to flank around the outside to get to this Ashe.
Yeah, definitely. But now we have a bit of an ult advantage coming out for Boris, and this McCree just finds so much value there on offense of killing the Ashe.
somehow Diego manages to take out Viper, and then the Rig the Tricks High Noon manages to take out Zac from that team. We see both Reinhardts go down on point, but when Hystrix is nanoed, you can't 1v1 a Reinhardt if you're another Reinhardt when he's nanoed. There's too much damage coming in there. We see Donna dying on point, and with 15 seconds left, we finally see a one fight on this attack.
Yeah, definitely. Really good play from Brig the Trick, always on these off angles, and finally catching off one time. And after that happens, it was just converting that lead onto capturing that point.
Absolutely, but we have a lot of ults here on the defense. We have both DPS ults and both support ults. And Viper gets a really good early pick onto that Bob. Bob's not going to do anything. Managed to destroy the Ana as well, and with Ana dead, that's a lot of the heals gone. This attack is doing so much damage to the enemy team, even through that mail. Diego got a beautiful mail onto point, but it didn't get anyone. Bob's now on the point to contest. He did get slept, but he got woken up. That's really unfortunate. He's going to do quite a lot of damage here, potentially get a kill. Bane is 1 HP there when they're anti. Rig the Trick comes up for a McCree up behind and goes to try and get Donna, but Donna comes back from spawn and they're ready to recontest this.
Yeah, Viper just melting the enemy team, but it's not quite enough. They only get 93.5%.
Yeah, they were so close to full capping that, but honestly it was just a really nice recontest and really good anti coming out from Natboy there to get Bane so low that a single roll through from Chipset just killed them.
Yeah, definitely. And the Pharah finding a lot of value, but not quite closing out as fast as maybe you'd want.
Yeah, absolutely. But we go in here and we have only one ult on the attacking side, but we do have only one ult on the defense side as well, so we're quite even here. And that's a really unfortunate first pick onto Pika the Ana. That's such a crucial pick because without the Mercy, the Pharah can't do as much as she wants to, and she's gonna have to back off there.
Yeah, and that's a big cut to how much damage the Pharah can do. That's 30% of the damage gone.
Yeah, and we're going now to Rig the Trick gets staggered quite a bit there, so they're not going to be able to push until a minute is left on the clock. And Viper gets picked again. They went way too aggressive without their supports. Natboy manages to get a beautiful kill and get another one. The enemy team, the attacking team here, they're going way too aggressive without the rest of their team, and they're just staggering themselves. They had to use res, and they're not even halfway to point yet.
Yeah, if it's gonna keep being like this, they're never gonna make it to point in time.
Yeah, it's like we're in last fight territory here, and we open up with a mail on the defensive side just to try and cut off Hystrix, and it works. Hystrix gets caught off by the wall and that mail. Viper is going to have to pull something out big with this Pharah as soon as possible.
I feel like they have time to wait for the Rhine, so that's kind of what they're trying to do. They're just waiting for him to get back, not trying to do anything, because if more than just a Rhine fall, that might just be it. Because Reinhardt can get back very fast with this charge. With 20 seconds remaining though, this is gonna have to be a very efficient, very good fight.
Absolutely it is. This is the last chance for them to hold this. And there's a grab to grab Hystrix off the point and he gets killed. Viper's going to have to come in big with this barrage here. But the defensive side, they're getting a lot of kills. The Trick tries to get a kill with their ult and it doesn't work. Pika tries to get a res and that is it. Big Wall manages to even it out and we go to 2-2 to go into the final map.
Yeah, seems like 2-2, not a bad score. Seems like we're going all the way so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Honestly, this is so back and forward. Each team is just doing so well, and it's just really unfortunate that one team hasn't been able to win so quick.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams just trading places on which team is gonna just roll the other team, it seems like. But on this last map, we're gonna see which team in the end is gonna be the rolling team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going back to control for our final map of our finals here. I personally am voting for Ilios, as I always do, as a Lucio one trick, but I'm excited to see what the rest of chat says as well.
Well, for the most part, it seems like mostly Ilios and a few Busans every now and then.
Well,
So
that makes me happy because I really want to see Ilios done today.
what is it about Ilios that you really like?
Personally, as a Lucio player, I love Well. And I know a lot of people dislike Well for various reasons, because it can just be home for, Roadhogs, Orissas, Balls, Lucios, anyone with a boop, because there's this huge hole in the middle of the point, and it's so easy for anyone to try and get people down. Also, on Ruins, it's a really good widow map, which I know you will look forward to.
I'll definitely look forward to that. But I'm looking forward to well too. Is it? Well, we have like this decay win condition, right? Like if there's a big just hole in the map, that seems like the home ground for decay. So if they can if they don't start on well, and then they win, and then they go on to well, I'd say that's pretty winnable for Boris Wave Beats.
Yeah, absolutely. Decay did so well on Nepal at the beginning of this series, getting one triple boop and one double boop that just absolutely won them the fights. But it does look like Busan might be winning out here. So we'll let our admins have a look, and they will come back to us in just a second with which map we go for.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be Busan.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, so we just got a message from one of our admins saying it's going to be Busan. So we will be going there. What do you expect to see here?
Well, Busan is really brawl heavy on most points. The thing about Busan is Mei can thrive on some maps, or Mei can be completely useless. Like on downtown, Mei doesn't usually find that much value. Like that's far as home ground for the most part. But on other parts of Busan, that's a lot stronger. So we're gonna have to see. Like it's probably gonna be 1-1, 99-99 type of game. I'm expecting.
Yeah, and I think that'd be quite exciting to see again because they've been so back and forward. They've been so close this entire time. And honestly, I'm really excited to see which team comes out.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite exciting. It seems like there's a bit of confusion which map it's gonna be actually, but for the most part, I feel like it's gonna be one of them at the very least. It's either gonna be Busan or it's gonna be Ilios, and they're played relatively similarly. Like one of the maps has a huge win condition for Big Wall, one of the maps has a huge condition for Boris Wave Beats.
Absolutely. So it looks like we are going on to Busan. So we will jump into that map in just a second.
Yeah, for sure. That seems to be the case.
So going to the final map of this entire tournament, who do you think's got your vote for MVP?
It's a bit tricky, I feel like. There's a lot of really good players in this game, and they're really trying their best to like show how good they are and their carry potential. But if I'd have to pick a few in general, I'd say Hystrix, Viper, and Decay are
I completely agree with that.
Yeah. What kind of MVP picks do you think there is on Big Wall?
Well, I've been loving as much as I think Diego's done so well on that May. I think one time's popped off so much on McCree. I think not giving them a heads up for this would be wrong because they've been playing so well on that McCree and on that Hanzo that I think they deserve a nod for that. I also think Donna on this Zaya has been doing so well.
Yeah, definitely. Donna really putting in the work. Like Chipset is a little bit of a mixed bag to me. He's finding a lot of value a lot of the time, but sometimes he's also dying a lot, while Hystrix is a lot more of a consistent player, I'd say.
Absolutely. I think Natboy would be the support for me that would get the MVP nod. But yeah, we are going on to Mecha Base.
Yeah, Mecha Base is quite Mei favored, and we don't see a Mei from Boris Wave Beat, so maybe they know something I don't? What about
no. This is quite interesting to see from them. But Diego gets taken out really early by Bane, and as soon as that May's gone, they can't take the amount of control that they want, even with this Junkrat spamming in. They are just going to absolutely walk forward and take them out.
I think what Boris Wave Beats have figured out that is if we run into Big Wall fast enough, their wall can't find value. If their wall doesn't find value, we're just so much stronger than them.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that they've got this Junkrat set up so nicely, they're expecting them to come from the high, but they're not. They're going down the low side, and Victor Trick is way out of position here. They just managed to avoid that wall, but Hystrix is rushing in. Diego gets way too close to the enemy team without their Reinhardt there, and Chipset's now going to fall. As soon as Chipset falls, Donna is the next to go along with Zach, and that's it. The next push is completely stuck from Big Wall.
Yeah, you can see Diego swapping off here, I think for the first time off Mei so far, seeing the Junkrat from Viper finding so much more value, but the problem is there's just so many ults coming online now for Boris Wave beats. They can just cycle through these and just win the map from that if they use them properly.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm imagining the shatter from Hystrix here is going to be big. That's what I'm hoping for at the very least. But Chipset gets taken out so quickly anyway, and then Hystrix goes in with such a huge shatter. Absolutely just decimates everyone. As soon as that Reinhardt's gone, there's no shield to stop it, and that's it. All of them have just gone down, and they still have ultimates in play on the defense.
Yeah, definitely. Like, they only have to use 2 ults there, and if they just use 2 more ults here, they're gonna have 2 ults for the last fight. And if they just keep going like that, Big Wall is not a chance to do it.
But they snuck on underneath, and although they've got a big grab here, this immortality pill is going to go down, and this should be such a huge double ult from both of the DPS, and it was. Both Viper and Drig the Trick just absolutely decimating the enemy team with both of their DPS ultimates there.
Yeah, I'm not sure they needed to use both of them, but as you can see, it's not going great for Big Wall either. They're swapping off the Junkrat yet again at the back onto the Mei, trying to find some value on this high ground.
But at least they have quite a few ultimates on the attacking side here that they might be able to use.
But the 2 picks coming out so fast.
Although that's a big shatter coming out from Chipset. The Hystrix manages to get saved because of that beat, and there's a big grab coming in. The immortality field will save them for now. And look, we have Zac on point, almost managed to switch it over, but I think that is going to be it. The first round will be going the way of Boris Beats Wave.
We might get an extension here, or not actually.
No, that was just unfortunate that the ball of Chipset didn't manage to touch point in time.
Yeah, this is disastrous for Big Wall. This was their map to win after all.
Absolutely, they should have been winning this, and I'm honestly surprised they haven't. But what do you think we're going to see coming out onto the next round?
Well, this map is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, these 2 last maps are not really Mei favored, but Mecha base is so Mei favored, and if they can't make the Mei work on the map that works for Mei, I'm not sure what they can exactly do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Boris Beats Wave win this fight, or this round, sorry, they win the entire tournament. So it's all down to Big Wall to stop that from happening. And we're rolling out here with an Echo and a McCree for the DPS lineup on the side of Boris Beats Wave. This is quite a lot of spam damage into the enemy team here.
Yeah, definitely. Mei can't find as much value, but they're pretty much running into the Mei here. This is the one spot Mei is really good on. I'm not sure why they're going into that, to be honest.
That's a big wall coming out from Diego to try and stop Hystrix from pushing backwards, but he somehow manages to get around it before they push onto him. That was a bit of a miscommunication that they didn't charge right onto him there. Chipset gets stunned up and goes extremely low. They managed to get saved by that immortality field up there. Hystrix is still spamming into him, but Chipset's shield just gets absolutely destroyed, and then Drig the Trick just spams into it, and Chipset falls. We're going to see a lot of cleanup here coming out from both Hystrix and Donna, or onto Donna, sorry. And that's it, the point goes the way of Boris Beats Wave. And we're seeing quite a dominant performance from on Busan.
Yeah, but even though they won the fight, it wasn't quite as one-sided as last time. Just a lot more ults in play from both sides now.
Absolutely, I think the main difference here is the shatters though. Hystrix has his up for this fight, whereas Chipset's not even halfway, or only just halfway.
Yeah, definitely, that's the biggest difference. We're gonna see how much of a difference that actually makes.
And they're going to be expecting, because Hystrix is going to have that now, and they go for it. They don't actually get anyone, there was a bubble out, and Drig the Trick falls to one time really early in the fight, with Hystrix falling next because of that mail coming from Diego. This is now just cleanup on the side of Big Wall.
I'd still say for Boris Wave beats, this wasn't too bad. They held it until 50% and they only used the 2 ults on their team that charge exceptionally quick. You can get Shatter in one fight, you can get Amplification Matrix in one fight. So they didn't waste any of their high prio ults.
Exactly, and I think that's extremely useful. But there's a lot of ultimates coming out from Big Wall here on the defense now. But there's a big rotation coming out from Boris Beats Wave onto the point, and they all get grabbed into a big grab, but a beat comes out from the cage just to try and save them. That's a big shatter coming out from Chipset just to knock them all down, and the point's almost ticked over. It's actually ticked back to Boris Beats Wave here, even though Big Wall are winning this fight.
I'm seeing Mei ult in chat. Did Diego get another Mei ult this fight?
They did. Diego just used another mail, a fight after they used their first one. That is some extremely good play coming from Diego.
Yeah, definitely. Diego perhaps being a little bit sick of not getting value and may decided to just bug it. I'm just gonna charge all the ult percentage in the world.
Exactly, and they're already 50% to their next one. How are they doing this? Oh, but I was say that Bane and Districts are going way too deep into the team, especially because they're anti right now. But we have two Reinhardts coming out on the side of Boris Beats Wave. The Trick gets a pick onto one time. Viper hasn't got much value from his duplicate yet. And they actually get taken out of the duplicate here. Zac gets a pick onto the Trick and Decay, goes into the backline and kills out Natboy. Histrix is here brawling chipset on the point, managed to get a kill onto Zac. Diego comes out with their third mail of this point, and this might actually manage to turn the fight for them. Donna almost got the kill, but no, it's just Donna left on the point, and they're going to get taken out here. And the point will get flipped over about 80%.
Yeah, Donna did have a lot of charge there, but it wasn't quite enough. Diego even throwing his ult in that fight. I don't understand how this man is charging his ult so much. This is ridiculous.
That's three ultimates in about 2 minutes, which is just absolutely insane. It's so good, so well played from Diego. It's unfortunate they haven't managed to find more value on that last one.
Yeah, I kinda wish they would have saved that since they have so many ults to use now, but it's anyone's game right now. Whoever wins this fight for the most part is... oh boy.
That was a huge fast strike coming out from Chipset that went through that patient matrix and straight into the grab to kill both the squishes in there. Natboy gets a kill onto Histrix and Diego gets yet another kill onto Flip the Trick and gets halfway to their next mail. They're going to flip this over, but it's at 99% for Boris Beats Wave.
Yeah, we're gonna be in a 99% to 99% fight here. This is exactly kind of what I thought would happen, but we do have a little bit more ults coming out for Boris here, and if they use these ults properly and actually get a touch, but I'm actually not fully sure they're gonna be able to do at this point. That might be a bit tricky.
Yeah, and that was a nice try to counter shatter to that grab, but nothing came of it. No one else have got any kills yet, and Bane does get a kill on Zac, and Brig the Trick gets a kill onto Diego. That is it. That is a huge push coming out from Boris Beats Wave, and no one from the enemy team is going to be able to touch here. That is them won. Boris Beats Wave, or Boris Wave Beats, have won the entirety of this tournament. Congratulations to them, and a big well done to everyone that's played in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see a little bit of a highlight of Donna here, trying his best to try to win his team the fight.
Yeah, and it was really well played, I think, and all of these mails come out from Diego were so good, but it's just unfortunate it didn't work out for them this time around.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, it didn't quite last as long as we wanted to. We were expecting 2-2 or 1-1, and then on last map, or last point I should say, 99-99, but it was close for sure.
It was so close, and I want to give such a big shout out to all of the teams that played today. You all played extremely well. It's been so much fun casting. But we move over onto the MVP situation, and the three people that we have put forward for the for Boris Beats Wave are Viper. Oh no, sorry, it was Decay, Viper, and Histrix. Are the ones that we put forward as candidates for this. So we'll put a poll into the chat in a couple of minutes, so you guys can vote on the MVP that you'd like to see. We'll have an interview with them as soon as we get those votes in. And I just want to give yet another big thanks to everyone who's watched here and been part of this Twitch chat, as it's been so well done.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, with production and everything else, been pretty good so far. No major.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So we'll go to a quick break and we'll be right back with our MVP from today's tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
and welcome back to the finals of our Pachimari Player Cup. And we have with us the MVP, who you all voted for in Twitch chat, Decay.
Hello, my friends. Back again.
You called it. You're
did.
here, and you were right. You and your team. It looked like it was the fun you were having and the aggression coming out from you. Those boops on Nepal, they were beautifully done.
Thank you.
That gave us a lot of hype over here in the casting desk.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I tried it like honestly like 16 times and I messed it up every time. But the 2 times that it just worked, it worked perfectly. That was fine.
I saw you looking for a couple more.
Mhm.
Like later on, I think we were spectating you and you just didn't manage to get it. It was close,
It's
but
close a couple of times, yeah.
yeah. But yeah, well done for winning. You and your
Thank you
team
very
played
much.
so well. I don't know if Rizzy has any questions.
Well, questions and questions, but you guys played really well, and I guess everyone can come in here and say, "Oh, we're gonna roll the enemy team. Look at me, dude." But then actually putting your performance where your mouth is and actually showing that we can pull it off. We can just roll the enemy team, quite frankly. And you guys showed that you can make it work.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rocky start on Anubis, but yeah, I think we were just like we became a little demotivated. But after that, I got everyone together and I just said, look, we got this, we're gonna win this. So we stopped trying to mirror them in the main matchup and we started playing what we were good at, and I think it showed, and that motivation really came back and we started rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think although the May was really good, especially on King's Road, that was really well played because we hadn't seen Viper play May before.
Yeah.
That was really nice to kind of come out almost out of nowhere. But I guess do you want to give a shout out to anyone? Which team are you in Pachimari Esports?
I'm in Team Spawn Peak. I'm actually the coach for Team Spawn Peak. So shout out to all of them because they're all my fan club and I love them all to bits. Absolutely amazing. But honestly, like for a group of players that I didn't meet until yesterday, absolutely incredibly played to every single one of them. I mean, for the SRs that they were and the differences and the heroes they played all absolutely phenomenally. So it was definitely amazing to see.
It looked amazing from our side at the very least. I'll tell you that. And
It was really good.
I can't wait to see some of the clips that I'm hoping people got of your boops, especially saved on Twitch, and hopefully we'll make a big compilation video of all the highlights of this tournament for later.
Absolutely. As long as you just put Decay Diff in the title, I'm fine with it.
I'm sure we can maybe find a way for that.
Yeah, we can talk with production about that.
Yeah, for sure. I want to give a congratulations to the runners-up for MVP as well. We had Viper in second place, quite close, and Natboy in a very close third place as well. You all played extremely well, and I want to give a big thank you to all of you for playing so good in this tournament. I want to give a thank you to everyone in production as well, to my co-caster Uriza here. And yeah, thank you all for watching. And yeah, I hope you had a good time watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and see you next time in about a month's time.
Yep. See you guys.
Thank you, everyone.